Whoa.
Well, howdy, everybody. It's March 24th. It's Ramble time. And
Hi,
yes, Corbin is here. So,
I'm here.
so dare we even just start with the ridiculous
What's ridiculous?
Discord?
What's Discord? Oh, the buying
Yeah,
stuff? Oh, that's old news, Cody. That happened yesterday.
I know, right?
Or, I'm sorry, it was speculated yesterday.
Well, we still don't actually know for sure that it's Microsoft that might be buying it, but that's the story. Presumably, they're shopping it for $10 billion. So this it's funny because this is the thing I've seen just every single Discord server, or almost every single Discord server. This has been like the topic. Everyone has this conversation, and it always keeps coming down to, oh my god, are we about to have to find a new place to host our servers? Which, I mean, would you be surprised? But at the same time, I kind of doubt that's the case. I don't know, at this point, it's so tough to tell what direction it's gonna go.
Well, if Microsoft, hold on, I need to actually open the chat. I'm not looking at anything. If Microsoft buys it, I bet they don't. I bet they just let them exist. Like I bet they pull a GitHub and they're just like, all right, we'll give you money so you don't crumble under the weight of your server costs. You just have to generate some amount of money.
Yeah.
And I bet Discord will get some nice Xbox integration. Maybe the desktop clients will get a little bit better, but like as far as Electron apps go, I think Discord is close to one of the best. It's difficult to make like a good application with that, but I think they're close. This discussion came up also when Microsoft bought Bethesda, and it was like, can Microsoft make Bethesda have fewer bugs? And I don't know, because it's not as easy as like, oh, Microsoft has good programmers. Like, I'm sure there's good programmers at all these companies, but because of management and time constraints and other stuff, it is the way it is.
There are definitely some companies that don't have good programmers. I remember interviewing at one. But yeah, I certainly think that quality is one of the things that Discord stands to gain from this acquisition. It's if you've ever tried writing a bot, like a chat bot, to operate in Discord, which I regrettably have, it's not good. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I've definitely seen worse APIs, but Discord's is messy. They've got a paradigm that technically works, but it doesn't work well. And it actually, this will sound kind of weird, but it actually has a design that makes it incredibly easy for chatbots to accidentally leak information across servers. That's been an issue with a lot of bots. Again, it's the same thing with like Android, where if you have the permissions too granular, then a bad actor can swoop up a lot of data. I think there was an incident a little while ago where one of the larger Discord bots was mapping out which users were in which servers based on the data. It, like, when you invited the bot to your server, that expanded, like kind of like the Cambridge Analytica thing with Facebook. So yeah, there's some and then also Discord kind of there's some corners of it that are maybe not as moderated as they should be. Well, yeah,
another issue.
Yeah.
like my server.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have a problematic member, as a Zach. But no, so when it comes to quality, I could honestly very easily see Microsoft becoming a good influence in that direction. It stands a real chance that Microsoft will not, I don't want to say get hands on with it, but may get involved enough to at least sort of have a longer discussion about how they might want to change it and give some guidance. So, in other words, be advisory while still being hands off. Sort of you don't have to do this, but let's tell you another way you could do this if you wanted to. The other possibility is, they could go very hands-on, in which case, who knows where this goes. I mean, that could be another Skype situation. For those who don't remember, Skype used to be a separate company, and then Microsoft bought it, and things had a brief uphill improvement, followed by just a long series of slow downhill crawl into it kind of just being terrible. Not that it was that good to begin with. I feel people misremember whether or not Skype was a good thing.
I think it was like it was one of those things where it was kind of groundbreaking at the time. But because there wasn't like really anything better, and then as everyone else started to catch up, it started to fall behind.
Yeah. C. Saldana brought up of course, the other possibility that Discord could have gone public rather than being purchased by a company. And this is one of those questions I think kind of illustrates. I don't really know how I want to phrase this, but it kind of illustrates that difference between what's good for the company and what's good for its users.
Yeah, neither of these options are good for the user.
For the user, it probably would have been better if Discord went public, at least for a short time, and then eventually Discord would have to make money, like actually make money. Which I have a feeling ends up not necessarily being good for users if Discord has to just work on its own. Like, it has to be profitable in and of itself.
Discord's already really pushy with the Nitro subscriptions. Like, I don't remember when it was. I think it was sometime last year when they like permanently added the gift button on the text box grid or next to the text box on Android. I was like, that's annoying.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Discord, if it went public, they would be adding gimmicks left and right. They would have to keep looking for ways to try to encourage people to not be free users. And in the end, I don't see that going well.
And it took Twitter how many years to finally make money? And like with Twitter, they can show advertisements in the feed, and like it annoys people, but not to the degree I think that it keeps them from using it.
I mean, I kind of stopped using Twitter for a while when I'm not joking about this. There was a point where I think it was like every third or fourth tweet that I saw on a timeline was an ad. It was way over the top, and now it's certainly toned back, but it's not good.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, none of these are good. Like, it's like arguing which is the most ethical way to make money. And it's a little bit difficult to answer that question. But yeah, I mean, I if Microsoft buys them, like, I can't imagine a whole lot changes. Like I think they've learned in their past couple acquisitions where if someone has a good thing going, then they try not to rock the boat. They just like will cover them if they don't make enough money that quarter or whatever.
Right.
But also, Microsoft is a publicly traded company too, so they have to show growth in places. Right now, their growth from just Azure is carrying them. So, they don't need to necessarily squeeze money out of Discord and Windows and all these other divisions.
So this does bring us down kind of the interesting road, though, of what exactly is Microsoft's incentive? Like, why does Microsoft want Discord? And I've been thinking about this for a little while. I've come to I don't think this is I don't think this is necessarily a conclusion, but I think it's the road that explains why. So when we think about the audiences Microsoft has, we know, plain and simple, they have console gamers. Obviously not all console gamers. There's a very distinctive split between Sony and Xbox. But Microsoft has Xbox, and there is a very large crowd of very loyal Xbox gamers. Then we think about the other types of gamers. And generally speaking, if someone asks me, like, what are the different types of gamers, I'm pretty much going to say PC gamers, console gamers, like casual mobile gamers, and then like mobile gacha gamers. Those to me are like the four types. Here's the thing: Microsoft has no access to. See, Saldana mentioned Stadia gamers. For as weird as this may sound, I don't think it's weird at all, but I consider Stadia to be console gamer. The console is just located elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a mostly fixed hardware platform. I'm gonna call it a console.
Yeah, and while technically, you can use keyboard and mouse, you can play it on a PC. All these things are true. It still is completely unlike PC gaming, and it is very clearly intended to be played with a controller most of the time. So to me it is 100% console with that like extra 5%. It's 105% in this case. It's 5% PC gaming, 100% console gaming. Anyway, I think Microsoft is looking at Discord as a means to access those other groups. Now, casual gamers, like true casual gamers, the ones who are playing, we'll laughingly say Flappy Bird, but, any of this stuff, any of the games that you play in line at a grocery store right before you go to bed or something, those people aren't sitting on Discord talking about it. But when you think about the groups that have like active communities that are really engaged and they talk about the games, they figure out strategies, these people all live on Discord. Mm-hmm. And by and large, you also think about who spends the most money on games. I mean, number one is definitely gacha game players, but number two, I think, is generally console and PC gamers, kind of maybe evenly-ish split. And Microsoft has so little access to market to and work with PC gamers. So to me, I see this as a play to have an access point to both of those groups. I mean, if they want to sell to and market to gacha gamers and PC gamers, this is how you do it. You literally take their means of communication and open it up as your own billboard. And I'm not necessarily thinking this all has to be about marketing or sticking ads in people's faces, but I think it's that access that I think they want.
Yeah, like that's definitely a factor for them. I think it's probably more that they lost a lot of ground in the Xbox One generation with this crowd.
They sure
Like
did.
the launch was totally botched. They were kind of slow to start buying up studios after Sony started doing that. Of course, now I think Microsoft might be in a better position than Sony with that. But they lost a lot of potential user base and fans, I'm sure. So yeah, buying Discord would be a good way to
Earn back some of that.
yeah,
Like,
maybe like I'm not sure I can draw a straight line from like someone talking on Discord to someone signing up for Xbox Game Pass or buying a Xbox Series S or something, but I'm sure they'll figure out a way. Or they just could do the lazy thing and do the occasional push advertisement like Samsung
yeah.
and Google.
Yeah. So,
But
I think also strategically speaking, and I'm just going with this is a wild hunch based on absolutely nothing. It's just a out there theory, but I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Discord. Okay, so this goes a little bit back to what could have happened. And here's the thing, for those people that may not have really read the articles or known about this, the CEO of Discord, damn it, what was his name? Let's see, is it mentioned in the... No, it's not mentioned in the Verge article, but it's mentioned in a number of places. Anyway, the CEO, his previous company was OpenFaint. For the people who don't remember that, it was basically sort of a Google Play Games sort of sign-on service. It was a gaming account that you could sign into, and it kind of linked your different games. And as a result, it gave you things like achievements and a few other features. But it wasn't overly involved or anything. Well, he created it, got it going, and got a bunch of users without really having a good monetization plan, and then sold it. That was his purpose, to start a company, make a big audience, and then sell it. And by and large, you can look at Discord and say, oh, kind of the same thing. I mean, yeah, they tried to make some money, maybe, but they built something.
Isn't that how like every tech startup company works though?
That these days, yeah. I mean, that is the business model. Make something, get a bunch of people on it, and then sell it to a company that wants to buy people.
Yep, sell it and then fund that into the next thing, and the cycle continues.
Exactly.
And then half of these are shut down within 5 years.
And it's not even that uncommon for a CEO to start a company, sell it to another company, and then go start another company and sell that one to the exact same buyer again. Like, they are almost a product of their own system. But the reality is, I have this suspicion that Discord may have reached its point of saying, you know what, today's the day, we're selling. And I bet they farmed this discussion out to a few companies and said, look, we're gonna sell, so one of you is getting us, one of you is gonna get Discord, and well, someone else isn't. And at that point, I could see Microsoft and a number of other companies kind of having the discussion of, oh, well, either we buy it or someone else gets it. If that's going to be the scenario, we should probably be the ones to get it, so we're not getting shut out of this. It's a competitive decision to pick something up so someone else doesn't get it. I mean, this is exactly why Facebook bought WhatsApp. This is why, to some extent, that's also why Facebook bought Instagram. They wanted to make sure no one else was going to get this thing that could very possibly undermine their businesses.
Yeah, I mean, like, I I hate using stuff from these companies that just buy out all competition that exists. Like I, you know, like I don't. I've pretty much stopped using Amazon's products whatsoever. Like if Amazon bought Discord, I would probably stop using it. Like I'm really with Amazon. Um, uh, Especially with all the fun shenanigans they're trying to pull in. I think it's Alabama, the workers in Alabama that were trying to unionize, and like Amazon's pulling out like every stop imaginable just so they don't have to pay their workers like a couple more dollars a month or something dumb.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't like Amazon. Uh, Microsoft already owns like half the things I use. Like, I use VS Code for all my programming. I have my family on Skype. I've thought about migrating more of my stuff to there from Google, but it's like, is Microsoft really better than Google in a lot of these cases? No, no, they're all kind of the same here. So like I guess I mean, part of me would prefer if Discord tries to stick it out and get an IPO and fund money that way. But also, then they have one business model, and that's not as effective at maintaining revenue as being bought by Microsoft or Amazon or Google would be. Because again, like Microsoft can finance Discord with other revenue streams for forever if they want.
Yeah.
Whereas like it's really hard to monetize a single, like their only option would be advertising, and that annoys people. So at some point they'd hit a limit where they have to do more advertising than would keep around a lot of their users.
Well, either advertising or selling features, and
yeah,
let's be honest, the selling features path mostly doesn't work.
Yeah, and ultimately their core product is, or like the core of their product, which is server-based messaging, exists in a lot of other places and has existed for at least 30 years. So it's something that Facebook could easily clone if they wanted to. I think, well, I don't know, maybe Messenger already does that, I'm not sure. I know WhatsApp has like kind of public rooms you can have, but anyway.
Well, Messenger definitely does have public rooms, but not like general open accessibility rooms, but it's easy enough to be like invited, and I think you can now like follow a link into a group or something. But yeah, it's not quite the same.
Yeah, so it would be much harder for them to do that without ramping up the advertising, which no one wants, and also harvesting user data, which I don't know, maybe they already are, but
I'm sure they are to some extent.
Yeah. So this is just how things work. You get a nice product for a couple of years, and then it eventually hits a point where it needs to start making money so the people who work on it can eat. And buy large mansions in the case of like CEOs and such. So this is just how it goes. Unfortunately, this is how capitalism works.
I will say though, I am curious when it comes to what this could lead to. I am curious what types of features could emerge from this. For example, I was thinking it would be kind of interesting to be able to, let's say, while you're playing a game on Xbox or Windows, in all likelihood, literally just hit a capture button, and like it could auto post a screenshot or a clip straight to Discord. I could see, and this is where I think it gets potentially very interesting. One of the coolest features of Stadia, I think, was the whole thing where you could post straight to YouTube. Not like your video. Your obviously you could stream straight to YouTube, but not only that, you could have a button right on YouTube that says, "Hey, I want to join such and such player's game." Crowd play is what it's called. And imagine if it was that simple with Discord. You could literally just connect up and say, "Oh, hey, the person playing on the server is playing right now." You click a link, or I don't know, maybe there's this list of buttons or something, whatever the case, however the UI works out, and you could literally just join the game right from there. That sort of experience is potentially really, really compelling, and it would be such a good integration to have with Discord. And funny enough, it would actually be a fantastic value add that certain companies, a Sony, if you will, just can't do. And so I could see this being a legitimate competitive advantage when it comes to what could be done with this. And that does not hurt users or anybody else. It is literally just a value add at that point, which Microsoft could benefit from.
Yeah, I am interested. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like companies that can afford to buy Discord and won't immediately fuck it up, there's a pretty short list. I don't think Microsoft would ruin it very quickly. I don't know, maybe later on. You know, give it a couple years. If it's still not making money, then we start to see like, I don't know, like 30-second wait ads for Xbox while I open Discord, like YouTube.
Oh, very cringy, but yeah, I could see that happening.
And yeah, so we'll see. I'm glad. I hope, fingers crossed, it's not Amazon or Google or like Oracle. Watch Oracle try to buy it.
Well, I feel very confident it's not Amazon. I mixed that up. I was going to say I feel fairly confident it's not going to be Google, because Google already has so many messaging platforms.
Yeah, Google's good.
And it doesn't seem like this is something they're even going to be interested in. Not to say Google wouldn't want to pick up Discord. I'm sure given a reasonable, low enough price, they'd be all over it. But I doubt it's worth it. You know, we're just talking about a company that doesn't have much to gain other than just acquiring more users. Mm-hmm. Which, to be fair, that's all anyone wants out of this, but I think Google, least of all, is interested in this platform. I bet Amazon would love to get it, and all the reports going into this said that there were multiple potential buyers, but one was kind of leading the pack. I will bet almost anything. Number 1 was Microsoft, number 2 is Amazon, and number 3 is probably just some random game company. Any one of like a dozen game companies would probably like to buy it. I bet most of them don't even have the money to. But yeah, it just feels so likely that Microsoft wants this. And I'm not kidding right now. I had a goat staring in my door. That's not a joke. That is absolutely true.
Let the goat on the RambleCast, Cody.
The goat has already walked away. Otherwise, I would turn the camera on it. But that was weird.
That's fun. We should have a goat cam in the corner of the live stream. Just permanent outdoor camera to check on the goats. I bet that would be easy views, Cody. When you're not streaming, like set up OBS and point it at the security camera feed and just let people watch the goats on Twitch.
Okay, so evidently the goat has returned.
The goat has returned.
I need to be able to see my camera in order to pull this off. Down that way. Yeah,
Oh, the goat is in the house.
Yes, the goat is in the house.
Wow. I don't want a house goat.
The goat does not stay in the house.
I figured that would get messy. I don't think you can house train a goat, right?
No, you cannot. Yeah, I don't know how much you guys could really see, especially since the scene right now has mini cameras, but yeah. Anyway, let's see.
I hope the goat comes back. I want the goat's opinion on Discord.
The goat would eat Discord. Well, or try to, rather. The goat would put its mouth on Discord.
Insightful.
Yes. So, let's see. And C. Saldana brought up Epic Games. So, yeah, Epic Games, I think, would probably be the number one most likely game company to want to pick up Discord. Because it's probably, I think, the most... Of all the game companies out there, Epic Games is, I think, the most...
They're blowing the most money on...
Well, they're blowing the most money, but they're also the most aggressive company.
Yeah.
They're the one who wants to diversify in all the other ways. I mean, 3D gaming engine that they license out, major MOBA game. They're starting their own app store, or have their own app store, though that it is what it is. To then also pick up a chat server, that's on brand for them.
I was trying to see. Target said my chair mat was supposed to... Oh, the chair mat was delivered. Okay, so that's waiting for me at the office. I gotta go pick up. I got a chair mat so I don't scratch up the floor while I'm here.
Wise choice.
Yeah. But actually, yeah, I hadn't thought about Epic, but that would make a lot of sense. Mostly because there was a really great article on, I don't know, it might have been on Kotaku or something, and it talked about how Fortnite kind of evolved into this like meeting place for like younger kids. Like they would all like hop in the voice channel and talk directly through there. A lot how like, a bunch of big games in the past have been like this, like Team Fortress 2 and all these other games. But Fortnite is like the big hub for it right now with this huge audience. So that would probably be a good synergy going on, bringing in the chat capabilities of Discord with that. So that makes a lot of sense. Although if Epic buys it, I'd be concerned because they have not supported Linux whatsoever. So I think I might lose access to Discord on my computer if they do that.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't be too worried about that.
I mean, probably not. Like I know they discontinued Linux support for Rocket League, and I don't know if that also affected Mac or not, but that was because they were taking it off of Steam, and the Epic Store is not on Linux at all.
Right.
So
I forgot about the Rocket League thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, with Electron, it's like, oh, you add another line on the compiler and call it a day.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
But yeah,
They said they'd probably force you to only download Discord from the Epic Game Store. That'd be kind of funny, actually.
I wouldn't call it funny, but yeah, I could totally sort of see that happening. The only thing is, I think they would, in kind of the same way I suggested Microsoft wants access to more people. I think if they're gonna try that, they're not going to want to alienate people on that front. On others, certainly, but probably not that one.
Yeah.
One hopes.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't have like this visceral hatred of Epic like most people seem to have, because like, oh, all these people are like, oh, I don't want to download another launcher, and like I get that, but this is how all these operate. Like Steam was an annoyance when it showed up too, and this is and again, like the whole thing about having different launchers and download these apps through different places, like that's fixable, but none of them do that.
Yeah.
Right. And this is honestly something that probably should have been built into Windows about 15 or 20 years ago, is just let an app hook up to like a central updating thing in the background, like Apple has had with software update on, or I guess now with the Mac App Store, I think. And I haven't used Mac in a while, but like again, like this is stuff like everyone else figured out, but because Windows is a fragmented mess, and maybe also Mac a little bit, you know.
I'm not quite sure what you're aiming for, but
I just meant like people get a little bit riled up on the, oh, I don't want to have another thing installed that needs to run all the time to keep games updated and that sort of thing. Like that's something that could be fixed, but there's just no incentive to do that.
Well, you know, that's sort of the classic XKCD standards cartoon. It's a little bit that, but it's also a little bit the, hey, we had this problem worked out, and then 3 other guys all came along and said, no, you have it worked out for you and your thing, but we're not happy with it, so we're going to come up with our own thing because we want to have that control. So, you know, you have a Google come along and say, no, we want to handle our own updates. We want to distribute things our way. And, you know, the list of all the companies that want to kind of do this their own way or have their own control, it's never ending. They never go away.
Yeah, and you know, I don't want Valve to have complete control over PC gaming either.
No.
like I agree Valve has fucked up a lot. Especially, you know, they have like this, for a while they were repeatedly getting in trouble because they had like no moderation whatsoever in the Steam store. I guess to try to like avoid any regulation against them. Like it'd be really easy to go like, you know, same thing Twitter and Facebook are being yelled at about, like, oh, you're censoring my ideas or whatever. You know, and the result of that was Steam had like school shooter simulators and all these other things that like they're not really games. They're just, you know, things people put there to get shock value and are gross. But at the same time, I still mostly like Valve because they're the only company that has ever given a shit about Linux.
Yeah.
And like the stuff they're like, all the code they're contributing to like Wine to get more Windows games running on Linux is pretty exciting. I still boot into Windows for all my games because they all run better over there. But one day we'll get there.
Yeah. Someday, somehow, maybe.
Maybe if I hadn't bought an NVIDIA graphics card, I'd be able to do that because NVIDIA's Linux is not good. But also, you can't buy new graphics cards right now, so I can't do anything about that right now.
Yeah,
Have you seen the crazy GPU prices, Cody?
I have not.
They're so bad. Like I remember, you know, I've done deals work for PC gamers since I think it was 2018 is when I started over there. So not too long after I started, I think the value of Bitcoin skyrocketed or something, and it was really difficult to find graphics cards at decent prices for a long time. and it was funny, like during that period, like OEMs were even getting in on it, where they would make like models of their graphics cards that like maybe weren't advertised for crypto mining, but they were definitely for crypto mining. Like it'd be like a like one of their existing cards, but it's cheaper because they stripped off all the video outputs except like a single VGA. It's like, yeah, we know what this is for.
Yeah.
And that finally faded away, and then like right around I don't know, maybe like the end of last year or like early this year, I think it was mostly Bitcoin going up again, or I don't know, maybe one of the other cryptos, and it's just insane now. Like the past, like I had to tell the one of the editors at PC Gamer, was like, hey, can you assign me something else, because one of my jobs there was to keep this list of graphics card sales up to date, and like I tried for weeks to like, okay, maybe, you know, I can find some, there's got to be something in here that I won't feel ashamed. No, there's nothing. It's all like 5-year-old graphics cards that cost more than they did when they launched 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like I checked eBay, and so my PC has a GTX 1080 Mini from Zotac, and I bought that like 2 years ago, and I was like, yeah, I don't really like need a 1080, but like I'm already, like I was gonna get like a 1070 or something lower, but I was like, I'm already spending all this money, and like these last forever. So I'm like, I'll just go. And I'm like, oh, past Corbin was right on the money. Like I checked eBay, and so I got my 1080 like right around the time Nvidia was starting to discontinue them, because the 3080 had just come out, and so I got it for like, I don't know, it was pretty deeply on sale. And I checked, and like I could make a profit right now if I sold it on eBay, like a pretty good profit. And I bought that like two or 3 years ago.
Jeez.
I'll check my Amazon. Oh wait, I actually tweeted it. Hold on, let me find my tweet.
This is not a situation that should actually happen.
No, it's ridiculous. No, and this is why like I hate with the visceral passion anyone who wants to sing the praises of crypto or anything like this, because it's not good for there's no benefit to any of this, right? So the effects of crypto is like, okay, great, you can send money anonymously over the internet, I guess that's cool, but we're paying for it with crazy energy usage. No one can buy a graphics card ever. It's just not happening.
Okay, the energy usage thing I definitely agree with. I think the graphics card thing, I mean, not the opinion, but the fact that is a problem, it's ridiculous. But I don't overly care about that one.
Yeah, it's
well, I will say though, really quick, just to say it, holy crap, do I just find crypto fanboys obnoxious. It's not even about an actual issue, they're just obnoxious people.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm with you all the way. Like it's the most annoying group of people I constantly see on there, besides like neo-Nazis
and fans of The Wire.
Well, I mean, you can like you liking a show doesn't impact my ability to buy computer parts. So
I mean, have you ever got in a conversation with someone about The Wire? The amount of time that it takes that conversation can impact your ability to buy computer parts.
I know it's a meme, but I can't find my tweet where I posted it. But anyway, yes, like I checked, and like my graphics card, I'd be able to make a profit on it right now. But yeah, like as much as I like blaming crypto for everything, it's not like entirely on that also. Like the constant trade kerfuffles with China has impacted some of the component manufacturing, and also I think the bots are really ramping up. Like it's the same issue with that like PS5s are having. where as soon as there's any supply, like they're bought up instantly. Like Newegg actually now has like a lottery system. Whenever it gets new stock of anything, like you have to like log in with your Newegg account and go through all this, so that when there's something, you might get it, maybe.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I don't deny it's a problematic situation. And completely agreed with Austin's comment. Crypto Elon stands are now the worst fandom. Yeah.
That's like the holy trinity of awful.
It kind of is. That being said, though, I'll say right now, in retrospect, like if I was to give anyone advice on investing, my advice would literally be, and I'm not kidding at all, just keep Elon Musk's Twitter feed open 100% of the time, wait for him to talk about something, and be the first person to buy whatever the fuck it is he says. Because people are going to buy that up no matter what. Yeah.
Like, I would do that, except like seeing anything that guy tweets just fills me with like I just get pissed off. So it's not good for my mental health. Otherwise I would do that.
I mean, yeah, there is that too.
If I could have like an assistant that does it for me.
Yeah.
If I can subjugate someone else to reading Elon tweets.
It's terrible, but it's the truth. And to some extent, there are a bunch of other things I guess I would say to follow, but his is probably the safest bet there can be. It's funny. I was watching this YouTube video. I won't bother linking to it or finding it or even mentioning the channel, but I was watching this YouTube video and a guy on there was just kind of casually mentioning that one of the things he had done recently, or well, it was recent at the time. I'm watching a 6-month-old video, but he had lost a crap load of money because he shorted Tesla, which anyone could tell you would have been a dumb idea, but he was convinced that Tesla, because of the pandemic, he was convinced it was going to fall. And, this is already well into the pandemic. Why anyone thinks it would suddenly fall then, I don't know. And I'm not going to say this was a smart guy. But he's talking about shorting the stock and then immediately circles around to say, okay, but I want to be clear. I love everything Elon does. Like, I think Elon Musk is one of the smartest people in the world, and he just goes on this long thing about how great he thinks Elon is. And it's just progressively hitting me. I know there are people like this. I was really hoping that none of them were people who had a fan base. Because, oh my God, yes, sound like a dummy. I mean, Elon made it easy. Whenever someone says he's like really smart, you just link to that one, to like his tweets from like last March or whatever, when he was like, oh yeah, COVID will be over soon. Everyone's getting worked up about it for nothing. Here's the thing. In the early days of the pandemic, I was one of the people who said, you know what? I don't know this for sure, but I have a feeling it is probably true that come summer, this is going to not die off, but it's going to diminish and we're not going to have to worry about this. So yeah, fine. Everyone needs to put up with 2 or 3 months of kind of crappiness, and then it'll be mostly a non-issue. It's not like I was telling everyone, hey, don't worry, it'll all be gone. But I was part of belief.
You aren't giving like advice to millions of people on Twitter. Right?
Well, I mean, if I could, I probably would.
Yeah. Someone get Cody a check mark.
But I also moderate my opinions to the sense of, like, I'm not going to say something that I consciously know is stupid. Like, yes, I might ramble my way into saying a few things more emphatically than I normally would, or in the moment you might come up with an opinion that's a little more than you intended.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna go right out and say, don't worry about this. It'll be dead in no time. You silly bastards, why y'all worrying? Like, I'm not gonna go that far. So
Yeah.
You know, when I don't know something, I try to admit I don't know it. And
and that's yeah. No, but that's what a rational person does, Cody. There's no room for that on the internet.
Yeah.
This is completely unrelated, but I can't get over this stuff about the ship blocking the Suez Canal. There's a new article that says tugs and diggers have so far failed to dislodge a massive container ship. They're still trying to get it out.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
By the way, in case anyone doesn't know what this is about, I'm putting it up on the screen right about now.
The Suez Canal is one of the biggest shipping lanes, and a big boat got stuck.
Yep.
That's it. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
But the boat is like a quarter of a mile long.
Yeah, it is an extraordinarily large boat.
It is wild to me, like how massive these shipping boats can get, or like just like anything in this class. Like I was listening to a podcast about the like the Exxon Mobil spill, and like those boats are massive. Like it's kind of wild to me, like something that can just float. But like I know the physics of it. Like when I think about it for a long time, like it's like displacing and it's not solid. But it's like wow, that's wild. Like you can just make a giant ass building and it just floats.
Yeah. So for anyone who's watching the live stream, if you're seeing that image in the background, what's notable is the boat. If you're looking at it in this picture, it doesn't look like anything is necessarily wrong. It kind of looks obviously like the boat may have kind of done almost like a sideswipe thing, but what's not visible is just on the far right end. Like if you're watching the stream, it's right next to where the comments are overlaid. That part of the boat actually has I don't have a really good way to describe this, though technically it is I believe called a bulbous end or something like that. Anyway, the bottom of the boat actually kind of sticks forward in a way, and it apparently has dug itself into the ground. So it's actually poked into the ground, and
it's like a really shallow lane.
Actually, let's see. I'll bring up that tweet that made it into the Discord earlier that we got to keep making fun of. If I can find it, because holy crap, your Discord server, man.
You gotta use searching.
It is so freaking hard to find anything in here because the conversation between just like 3 or 4 people is long.
You gotta get really good at the searches, Cody.
I mean, I could search, but lazy. Okay, so we're gonna look at the bulbous bow. Here's the image. Okay.
Is that a bulbous bow, or are you just happy to see me?
Exactly. So here we go. That's zoomed in very, very appropriately. But yeah, the bulbous bow is presumably, I don't know how accurate this is necessarily, but presumably in this picture, the bulbous bow is basically underneath these guys' feet in the picture. That's how far in it's dug in. So they're trying to they're trying to uncover this thing so that they can like effectively dig the boat out and then like reorient it, which is insane. I mean, this is just...
Yeah, I mean, like, at least this wasn't like an oil tanker. Like, if this like spills over, like, oh, we got some shipping crates in the water, oh man, it'll probably be okay in the end.
Yeah.
Although I don't know. Maybe if like oil spills in the canal, then maybe it's more like contained. That's still gonna be a bitch to clean though.
Well, oh no, it would be contained. That's yes, it would be terrible to clean, but holy crap, that's way better.
Yeah, because I think there's levees in this, right?
Yeah.
So there's chunks that are designed to be separated from the rest of the ocean.
Yep. Yeah, they can 100% clean this in a contained way. It would not be a like real environmental disaster. It would just be a financial
that
disaster.
One segment of the canal would just be solid black for a couple months.
Yeah. Well, so the biggest problem honestly would be not the cleaning of it. It would be the number of ships that wouldn't be able to use the canal for the whole time that they're busy cleaning it, because that would cost a fortune in just lost time shipping and like extra distance that the ships have to travel in order to get through or around rather. Yeah, that would be their big real problem. And just because it's kind of a fun fact, this boat or this ship, in case you didn't notice it here, I'll try to zoom. I don't know if this will really show up, but not quite. But here's the key part. The shipbuilder is Samsung Heavy Industries. So if you've ever wanted to hate on Samsung for something, and not that this is Samsung's fault, but
does the boat have a headphone jack, Cody?
In fact, it has it is large enough to fit a headphone jack. That's true. That part is the truth. It is large enough to fit a headphone jack. Whether or not they are, I don't know. You're just now mentioning that the goat was in the house and photobomb the
because it's funny. I thought about it again.
Oh jeez.
Can we get Cody's Twitch is now going to be like us in the center, and then on the left is the goat watch, and then on the right is the Suez Canal watch.
Oh and wow. I mean, let's be honest. That would get viewers.
Yeah, it would. Well, I mean, like it's like those joke streams that just go on for an absurd amount of time that keep getting views because it keeps getting recommended. Like I keep getting recommended a stream that's gone on for like a month now, and it's just like an animation of like some Pokemon walking, and the title's like live streaming until the Diamond remakes come out, and that's it.
Oh, Austin, who let Bixby steer the boat? I mean, that's cringy, but it's also perfect. Let's see. Yeah, there's the other main picture of this. But yeah, this does suck.
Ooh, my drive up order is ready. Nice. I can go get my dishwasher pods after this.
All right. And Corbin will be streaming the Tide Pod Challenge shortly.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the photo Jules sent me in the Discord?
Wait. Are you talking about the Vienna sausage thing?
No.
Okay,
Jules sent me a photo as a housewarming present, and it's behind my desk now. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So every morning when I wake up and I go walk to my desk, like, what the fuck is that? Oh, right. Now I remember.
Sorry, I just switched views. Show it again real quick.
Okay, there it is.
For those who can't tell, that is just Corbin's head
Yeah.
repeated as kind of a I guess that's like a sort of a repeating wallpapers.
Yeah, like a mosaic or something. But so at some point I'll probably hang that up somewhere. I don't know where. It's going to be very difficult to explain when someone comes over. It's a little bit weird to have a photo of yourself in your like in your house already, and I have like
I mean, you
pattern.
say that, but I don't actually have a follow-up or a way to end
Yeah.
that. You say that, but
I did say that. That's right.
though, you know what? I've got an ex. Holy crap, did she love photos of herself? So, no, I'm not kidding. She really did put up lots of pictures of herself. That was 100% a thing. One of the gifts I got her, and she, for quite a long time after, like years after, she still thinks this is the best gift that I ever gave her. It was a digital photo frame back when those weren't
Oh,
as
wow.
back when that was still a legitimate novelty, as opposed to now when it's just a cringy bad gift. But yeah, it was a digital photo frame. She loved that thing. She could not get enough of it. So
You know what's funny is I've thought about getting a digital photo frame a couple times because so I've stopped uploading new photos to Google Photos and I use Dropbox now for that.
yeah,
Which means the new photos don't show up on my Nest Home anymore. So
that makes
now I
sense.
just haven't. Yeah. So yay the the $30 Kindle tablet can still do much more. It's still more open somehow than the Google Smart Displays.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing. I never thought that digital photo frames were a bad thing. Honestly, I think they're a great idea. The problem is just so many
They're
of
just
them are
all
made with absolute garbage
yeah
displays.
yeah. They're all like, oh wow, look, we dug out a TFT screen that was supposed to go on a netbook 10 years ago.
Exactly.
Enjoy.
That being said, I 100% absolutely would. The thing I will judge somebody for a digital photo frame the same way that I will judge. I'm trying to think of a good example of what I'm trying to convey, but I'm not coming up with it. Basically, it all depends on how you use it. If you get a digital photo frame and put in nothing but pictures of either yourself or maybe your significant other, yeah, you suck at photo frames. Put in good pictures. Put in stuff that actually like art.
And Google is very
beautiful landscapes. Yeah, you know what? Exactly. Google with the Chromecast. Holy crap! Not all of them. I mean, certainly not all of them. I happen to look over at my Chromecast right this second. Sorry, not Chromecast, but the Nest Hub. And my immediate thought is, that's kind of ugly. But
yeah, Google's usually good at picking the good photos for the screensaver.
exactly, man, there are even a few Googlers who have their photos showing up in there, and they're always great. Now, don't get me wrong, I've also seen a few photos that, like, I've literally sat down and started critiquing a few of the photos that they had cycle through, and it's like, yeah, they need to be a little more choosy about some of what they pick. But I'm okay with pretty much all of them. Like, almost all of them look good. And that's what should be in your digital photo frames. I mean, go ahead. If you're one of those people, you can. I'm not going to tell you you can't put in pictures of your kids and your husband or wife or whatever. But I'm going to judge you internally, just a little. Go ahead, fit in one, maybe two, but don't make that all.
Yeah. So, and of course, Google just dropped support for everything that's not Google Photos for the ambient mode because
Did they?
yeah, it was one of the last things I wrote about at AP.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, I think I wrote that. Yeah, because they had like Facebook and Flickr as like experimental options since the Nest Hub, or at the time like Google Home Hub came out.
Right.
That might have even been part of the Chromecast software. I'm not sure. But they set on some support for them, like they were using like an SDK that's not like supported anymore or something, so they just dropped it.
Well, yeah, that's definitely true of Flickr. Flickr did change their SDK.
Yeah,
plus a lot of their policies.
Yeah, I can't imagine many people are keeping their personal photos in Flickr anymore.
Frankly, I'd be surprised if anyone's keeping anything in Flickr anymore.
Yeah, most of them were deleted for them.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah, not even joking. Like Flickr is, for all intents and purposes, Flickr is just dead. It may as well not exist anymore. Now, if only we could be saying that about Facebook. Facebook, please die. Your show ran too many seasons. It's time to get canceled.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Neil said, I have a digital photo frame, the Nest Hub. I'm using the Nest Hub in my room, and my parents use the frame. Yeah. So, it's a nice option that doesn't, you don't have to keep printing photos and trying to get them into the annoying notches in a normal frame.
Hey, yeah, that too. Yeah, I guess I don't think about that aspect of it so much, but yeah.
I can't remember the last time I like printed a photo.
Exactly.
I should probably print like some, because the walls are kind of bare, but like I remember in like the mid 2000s, my mom had like a Kodak photo printer, or was it Kodak branded? I don't know if Kodak was alive at that point.
What year?
And it was like mid 2000s, so it might have been real Kodak.
Yeah, that was probably real, or real-ish. Like maybe Kodak was already kind of out, but their products were still circulating.
Yeah, but yeah, that was fun to use. Yeah, I don't even have a printer right now. Hoping I don't need to get one, because those suck.
Dude, I literally use a printer maybe once a year.
Yeah.
Possibly twice, kind of depending on if I have to print some shipping labels myself instead of getting them to do it at, whatever place I'm going. That's about the only time I think I still have to use a printer.
Yeah. Oh, Neil said, Corbin, how's XDA? It's good. I've only technically been working there for like 2 days, so
yeah,
not a lot yet, but it's good. Good people over there. I have to get used to their slightly different WordPress, so it's fun.
Yeah, it is what it is, and every site, by the way, has their own customizations, their own plugins, their own other wonky, weird issues. So yeah, Corbin's gonna be stuck doing that for a while.
But yeah, I am hoping I can get a good schedule going where I can get like a decent amount of work done on it. Like I'm trying to go back to my the Wednesday weekend schedule, where today is my like vacation day, and then I keep working until Sunday, and that's my other vacation day for the week, because I haven't been able to do that for like 3 months pretty much, but I need to get back to that, so that'd be nice if I can do like a good amount of work on the days I'm working and be able to take off days again. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, I could talk about also. I I don't know. Maybe I'll read an article about this. I'll have to ask if anyone cares. But I finally got off Cricket wireless. I get bullied for that constantly because they're not good. But like, they were fun. Like I switched to them from Project Fi back when it was called Project Fi. Because they supported like 5 phones at the time,
Right.
and I was on my second dead. Well, at that time I had the Pixel, but before then I had like the 2 dead Nexus phones. I was like, I kind of just need something that works with everything, and I'm kind of done with this. So then I switched to Cricket, which is of course owned by AT&T. And then a week later, Project Fi opens up to pretty much any phone. I'm like, okay, well, I'm already here, whatever. And they were fine. I was on their cheapest plan, so I got like 3 gigabytes a month, and it was like speed limited to I think 8 megabyte per second down, which again is fine. I'm not away from home very often, especially in the past year.
Yeah.
So it was fine. But then they started implementing a device certification system like Verizon and Sprint had for ages, where if your phone was not in their magic list of phones we want to support, then you get your service potentially disconnected, or you have to call support and figure that out. So I was like, if I'm gonna be like reviewing any phone call, that might be a problem.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to be a problem for my everything's going to support like an S21. But if I need to switch something else, or a phone, or if this phone dies or I lose it for whatever reason, I need to put it in something else. Like, I don't know if Cricket would have that in their list. So I was like, okay, it's time for me to move on now.
Yeah.
So I switched to Ting, which switched up all their plans when Dish bought them. Ting was kind of like one of those. They were like one of the companies you heard on like every YouTube channel and podcast for a couple years.
Oh yeah, I still do.
Yeah, and they so then they let you like mix and match stuff to like an incredible degree. Like you could choose like your buckets of like, how many minutes do I want? Like it's 2003. How many texts, how much data. It's like if you didn't really use your phone at all, you could like end up paying like $3 a month or something like that. But that was not good for most people.
Yeah.
So, the other cool thing about them at that point was they had agreements with almost every carrier, so you could pick the network you wanted for each line, which was kind of wild.
Okay, that's cool-ish.
Yeah, and so like I know one person who traveled a lot, like in an RV, and they had Ting, and they had like a SIM card for each network. So if they go into an area where like Verizon didn't have any coverage or whatever, they could just pop in a different one. But yeah, Dish bought them, and they did away with most of that. So now they have like a project. I keep calling it Project Fi. They have like a Google Fi type system on the low end. So they have like, I think it's like. Hold on, I'll just pull up their website, so I'm not talking out my ass. I don't know if you want to put this on screen or not, but it's just team.com/plans. But they have $10 a month plan is their cheapest, and you pay $5 per gig of data you use. And then they have a 25 month, which is just 5 gigs, and that's it. And then they have $45 a month, which gets you 22 gigs, and that's it. That's all of them. They have like a more pricier like one that goes up to like 35 gigs, but it's 60 a month, and at that point, like, you probably should just sign up for a real carrier.
Yeah. At that point, you should just be on AT&T or Verizon.
Yeah, Yeah, so I picked the 5 GB one for 25 a month because I usually use like around 2 gigs. So at that point, I'd pay more on their lowest one. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'll just get the 5 GB one. And these days, they're the SIM cards they're giving out now are just on T-Mobile, and presumably whenever Dish builds its network, I guess maybe I'll roam on that too. But for the foreseeable future, just T-Mobile.
Right.
So I ordered the SIM card. It came yesterday. I popped it in, and I set it up to do the number migration from Cricket. And I totally expect this would be one of those things that takes several days, or I'd have to call support at some point, or have to call Cricket, and then they read me the thing of like why I shouldn't move or whatever. Like most of these companies do.
Yeah.
But no, it took all of 2 minutes, and my number was working. It took a couple hours after that for text to start fully working, but like I still had the data and phone service, which was nice. So now I'm on Ting, and which means I get to try out T-Mobile's 5G, which I don't think I've tried before. I know I got one phone. Oh, it was the Motorola Ace 5G. That was the last phone I reviewed for AP. That came with the T-Mobile 5G service, but I only ever ran into 5G like once because again I wasn't in like a big city. But here I do get T-Mobile's 5G if I like walk away from my apartment a little bit. I don't know what it is with these buildings. Like when I'm in my apartment, I have one bar right now. Like I don't know what's lining the walls of this place besides maybe concrete or something, but it's just no cell signals whatsoever are permeating my home. And that was true when I was on Cricket as well. Cricket had issues, which is why like trying to tether for the days before I had real internet was really fun. So,
yeah, I don't miss that.
Yeah. I don't either. So yeah, so it doesn't get great signal in my actual home, but when I walk away a little bit, I can just barely get T-Mobile's. I think it's like the N41 band. And I did a speed test, and I was getting like 260 down on their 5G, which like LTE can technically do that, but it just doesn't for whatever multitude of reasons. And of course, then I noticed when I did have a 5G signal, my upload was slower than it was on LTE, because that's how all this is right now.
Yep, it's marketing for something that is not actually good.
Yeah. Oh, Austin said in 71 or in 40. I believe it was in 41. I think if I scroll up in my chat, I was talking to Zach and he was telling me how to find it, and I found it. Oh, you were right. This is a challenge. Okay.
Oh yeah, for real. The conversation there, it's not as bad as AP, where the conversations go off in random directions, but yeah, your Discord server, the sheer quantity of random chatter between mostly Isaac and Zach, it is I will just say I gave up trying to ever read scroll back. Every time I look in there, the first thing I do is just hit the escape key and read like the last 3 comments. If I don't immediately have something to say to whatever was just said, yeah, I just ignore the room.
Okay. Well, I can't. I think it was N41. But yeah, so that's neat. I'll try it again when I drive around and see what I can get. But yeah, so for $5 less than what I was paying, I'm getting 2 more gigabytes, and I'm not speed limited at all. and I get like 5G. And also I can hotspot, which I couldn't on Cricket's cheapest thing, and that just uses the same 5 gig pool. So that's kind of that's nice for emergencies, I guess.
Austin suggests Cell Mapper.
Yeah, well, again, like I check it now, but again, like I don't get it in here. I have to walk a little bit. Oh, actually, I still have the screenshot on my phone. I can.
So wait, when you say, okay, are you able to get calls on your cell phone very well, or is that inhibited too?
I can get calls in here. It's just like there's like the weakest signal possible. Like I'm looking at my phone right now. I have 1 bar.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me see what
because this is one of those things, like if you're not getting data, big deal, you're going to be on Wi-Fi anyway. Who cares?
Yeah.
It only sucks if your internet goes out. But if you're not getting calls, like that becomes a real problem.
Well, I haven't hold on, let me grab this right here. Oh. Everything's within reach now. My S21 says I should also be able to use Wi-Fi calling on Ting, which that was another reason why I stuck to Cricket for so long, because Cricket just worked with like everything on a Samsung phone or on any phone. So I had like the voice over LTE, voice over Wi-Fi. I had visual voicemail, all the stuff that's like can get, that I didn't have for so long because I was using whatever carrier on just random unlocked Android phones.
Hey, yeah.
But Ting seems to mostly work with that on my S21. Yeah, so LTE Discovery says that right here at my desk, I have a negative 130. I think that's decibels. Is that measurement to the nearest cell tower? So, yeah, it's rough in here. Of course, when I step outside, it's fine. So it's the building. Let me try calling myself with the SIM in this other phone. Let's see if it does Wi-Fi or not.
The classic solution.
Yeah.
Okay. For anyone who was on with my game stream a couple streams ago, I just launched my that streaming software again, and it again is showing ads, which it's not supposed to be. I am annoyed.
I assume it would show some kind of indicator if it was a Wi-Fi call, right? I don't see anything.
It depends on the carrier.
Yeah.
And I have no idea if that's I have no idea what Ting does, given its not unique circumstances, but complicated circumstances.
It might be in the status bar, and I turned that icon off a long time ago. Because that'd be, it's like the how Sony likes having like the NFC icon on by default on their phones. Like, yeah, I know NFC's on. I don't care. Like that's always going to be on.
I know. I'm never going to forgive any phone company manufacturer for leaving the NFC status icon in place. No crap. Please just get rid of it. Honestly, half the time I don't even want the Bluetooth icon there.
Yeah, it's getting to that point too. I forgot how to change what the status bar does. Can Android updates stop changing the settings app, please? I can't take this anymore.
Remember when we all used to be happy when updates came along and changed stuff because it was new and different? And
I'm turning into all the old people that complain when their computer gets updated. I'm just like, just let me use it, please. I don't want anything to change.
Hey, well, welcome to the club. I've been here for a while. It's a reasonable place to be. Don't get me wrong, like, I still want some things to change, but there are other things. It's like, guys, this is a solved problem. Leave it. Just leave it be. You're not helping anything anymore. Austin posted a link to The Verge. You can now tell the FCC just how broken the internet is for you. That's I can only imagine. This is from 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Internet sucks in the US. Part of its plan to update coverage maps. The FCC is finally asking average Americans to report which internet services are actually available where they live. That's good.
And because we have a different FCC chair now, maybe something will happen. Probably not, but maybe.
Yeah. I can't. The mere fact you brought that up just immediately flips my mind straight back to the DeJoy news from this week, because obviously having nothing to do with the FCC, but it's just a whole nother one of those. We've got a bad person in a bad place ruining things that honestly would work so well if they just had a little bit of common sense operating them from the top.
Mm-hmm.
At least we don't have a Jeet Pie anymore.
Yeah. All right, I'll stick around for 15 more minutes, and then I'm gonna go get this Target order and other crap.
Okay, so, well, then random possible topical point. Should we talk about the Qualcomm gaming device?
Oh, that's weird.
I don't know what to think on this thing.
Yeah, this is too far out for me. Especially because like Qualcomm doesn't make consumer products at all.
Exactly.
So they're going from no consumer products to we're making and marketing a console, which they design products like this all the time for other OEMs. So it's not like, oh, this, they're branching out. No, this is just slightly different than what they do now.
Yeah, it's a reference design that they're now going to actually sell direct to consumers.
Yeah, and that's what Michelle mentioned on Twitter, that he'd seen this before, but he thought it was just a reference design for other OEMs, because a ton of companies want to make stuff like this, and they have been. There's a bunch of Switch lookalikes that run Android, and some of them have detachable things too, but none of them are good, really.
Yeah,
at least from what I've seen, because again, Android doesn't have the same game ecosystem as the Switch.
Yeah, or even iOS for that matter.
Yeah. So at that, and that's kind of how I feel about all this stuff. If you want this, just buy the Switch. I don't Nintendo does a lot of things I don't like, and the Switch hardware is definitely stagnating right now. Yeah. Supposedly there's, again, they've had rumors of a Pro version for a long time, but those are ramping up a little bit more, so maybe soon there'll be an upgrade. But a Switch Lite, which is $200, I think, will play Fortnite better than any of these. Just because Epic has Epic and all these other companies, they have a fixed hardware platform they can look at, and also that isn't also running all these things in the background that smartphones need to do. My Switch isn't constantly looking for an LTE signal, or refreshing Google's push servers to see if I have an email. So I don't know. And they're supposedly Qualcomm's targeting a $300 price point, which is how much the Switch costs. There's no Android devices that cost $300 that play games well.
Okay, so to that point, I will acknowledge,
I'm gonna get some water.
and this is maybe a bit of a thin acknowledgement, but I think it is fair to say, if you don't factor in Qualcomm's licensing price, because Qualcomm charges a lot for licensing.
Yeah.
If you don't factor in that, then all of a sudden you've got a lot more headroom to price a device fairly low. All those other companies that have tried releasing anything even close to the $300 price point, they had to deal with the fact that they're paying that licensing price, and I don't know how much it is, but I'm guessing it's pretty substantial. So I could kind of get, Qualcomm has more headroom to play with, which isn't saying a lot, but
and like,
they do.
Yeah, and especially since like, well, I was about to say like it's not really a phone, so they could take some phone bits out.
Mm-hmm.
But the report also said that they're trying to have at least one variant that supports like 5G. So that's not true. And they'd probably use the same chipset for like if they made like a Wi-Fi only version, and then
It'll
like
still be the same hardware, and knowing Qualcomm, it's not like they're going to create two completely different versions of the ROM, one of which does have all of the stuff necessary for cellular connectivity, the other one doesn't. Like, they're not going to do that. It's going to be the same ROM going to both devices. They'll still have all that stuff in there. They won't have to have telephone services, but they'll have to have the other stuff.
Yeah, and like Qualcomm supposedly wants to, have other features that are common on smartphones, like fast charging. It's got fairly big battery, some kind of video output support. I don't know if that's just like video out through the Type-C connector. I would hope this has a Type-C connector. Or if it has like, for going back to the old Android tablet days, it has like a mini HDMI on the side or something. That'd be fun.
Well, okay, so...
or it's just composite video.
I kind of have a couple theories on this anyway. I guess I'll hit that immediately. My hunch is that the Joy-Con knockoffs are probably going to be where those ports are hidden. I bet the main gaming device doesn't have them, the reason for this is, assuming that this is actually intended to be as portable as presumably the Switch is supposed to be and all that stuff, I imagine the display itself, which houses all the smarts and everything like that, the display itself, I suspect, is going to be still remaining not thin, but moderately thin. Though even Qualcomm apparently told David, or whoever from Qualcomm told David, that they weren't making this thing that thin. So I guess now I'm already kind of off the rails. But I was going to say, some part of me thinks that they would hide that connector in the Joy-Cons, because you want those to be a little bit thicker. You want them to be easier to grab hold of and comfortable to hold, which means that they should be thicker than the display itself. Something that I always thought the Switch got wrong in the first place. Not that I have one, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'd like this to be good, because there is a market for stuff like this. Even though, again, like a Switch is going to be a better gaming platform in most cases than anything running Android, or like there's some of these even run Windows 10. Like the Switch is overall going to be better than all those, but there is a lot of things that the Switch can't do. It doesn't have a web browser. It's not open in any way. You can't do any game streaming stuff on it at all. So I'm sure there's at least a couple people who might get this for something like, Stadia or xCloud or whatever. Because I would hope it's less clunky than like trying to dock your phone in like an Xbox controller, which I've tried, and all those are terrible.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's it'd be nice if this was good. I don't think it would be competition for Nintendo in any way.
Nope.
But it would, it'd be an option. Yeah. And Android has a decent amount of premium games that aren't comparable to what you get on a console. They're definitely hard to discover, and they're much fewer than the junk. But if like one of the things that's talked about was Qualcomm was building like sort of like a hub for finding those types of games. Like if they could nail that, maybe, and also work with the developers of a couple of these companies to make sure everything's hunky-dory.
Oh, okay. So here's the problem. We've seen what happened when Nvidia tried doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Nvidia's tried doing that with, obviously, the Shield. They also tried doing it with the handful of Tegra tablets that came out. Well, I guess like dozen Tegra tablets, whatever. Plus the few phones that use Tegras. It didn't work. I mean, it was marketing, but it was marketing that moved people to look through stuff and then never buy any of it. I'm assuming that it gave some extra numbers, but we can see where that went. There are no Tegra phones anymore. There are no Tegra tablets. There is the Shield, but Nvidia doesn't even make the Shield. It doesn't update the Shield with any significance in terms of like hardware updates.
Yeah.
So I get the impression that while they're happy that they have this device out there, I don't think they care enough to like really put a focus on it. And all of the Nvidia hub stuff has really, really kind of died off. So
someone's walking outside.
Of course.
So you're fine.
Yeah, I don't think Qualcomm is going to get any traction like trying to push anyone in the direction of games that were designed for Android. And even if they start working with game companies and try to draw some attention, I'm not convinced that that's going to have a big impact.
Yeah.
Which is the real big problem with this device. Where the hell are they going to get games from?
Yeah, I don't like something like this would also be really nice for emulators, but they can't market that. So there is that. But yeah, I mean, like I would maybe consider buying something like this just for funsies. But like, yeah, it's not going to be anywhere near as good of it as a Switch. I think its main market will be people buying it because they want to do something that the Switch can't.
Yeah. And
that'll be like, like, oh, I want to play emulators, or I want to do cloud gaming.
Yep.
Or I have, this is a very small number of people, I've bought many games on Android, and I just want to play those without rebuying them on the Switch.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
But I
which, like, there's a market for that. I don't know if that's enough of a market where they can mass produce them in the quantities where they can make a profit on a $300 console.
Yeah, but I think when you said emulators, I think that's exactly it. That's what this is going to appeal for.
Like, depending on the chips that they put in this, like, you put like the Dolphin Wii GameCube emulator on here, that could be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm very curious what chipset they could put in this and still make any money at all. Like, because like even even the gaming mid-range chips are not good at gaming.
No.
Like even the, like I've occasionally tried to play Fortnite on Android phones in the past when I'm testing something. Like I don't really care for that game, but like, like I tried to review like some like gaming earbuds a while back that's had a lower latency. But I was like, I know how to test this. I'll spend 20 minutes downloading Fortnite again, and it's never good. Like it's like it even Qualcomm's like, and again, like I'd always test it on whatever 8 series phone was at the top of the pack at that time, and the compared to iPhone, and even I don't know if it ran better than my Switch, but especially compared to iPhone, like Fortnite's really rough on Android. Like it lowers the resolution pretty far. The frame rates drop when you're in the beginning part and you're like flying down or whatever. It's rough.
Yeah.
It brings back memories of me trying to play games on my Intel integrated graphics many years ago.
So you brought up iPhone, and I wanted to hit that anyway. This might sound a little bit weird, but I think it bears saying, if somehow this device is successful in basically any capacity, let's be honest, Apple's going to come along and do the same thing. Apple's not above copying a general idea. Like, they might do it a little differently, but they'll still copy stuff for sure. If this does well, let's be honest, Apple 100% will make the same thing. They'll charge more, and it will absolutely destroy Android sales. There's no realistic chance that people are going to stick with this when they could get an Apple device that, even if it costs more, is just better.
Or a Switch.
Yeah, or a Switch.
Like I'll be really curious to see the inevitable like side by side YouTube videos of Fortnite on the Switch and Fortnite on this, because they even said like in the original report, like they're trying to get Epic in on this pretty hard, and Fortnite is one of the few like giant multi-platform games that is also on Android.
Yeah.
And well, now it's the only multi-platform Fortnite's on besides the Switch. So yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing what hardware goes into this. Also, if Qualcomm can like sell anything, because like they don't do that at all right now, and we've seen a lot of companies where I don't want to say Qualcomm is good at what they do, but like we've seen a lot of companies who are like pretty good at what they do, and then they try to divert to a new consumer product or something else, and they just fall flat on their face.
Yeah, Qualcomm has no direct-to-consumer recent experience. And it is fair to call that out as recent, because Qualcomm is an older company at this point. They have sold products direct-to-consumer, but it's been... I'm just ballparking here. I'm going to guess 15 to 20 years. Maybe it's not quite that long, but it's been a good long while. So yeah, just realistically, Qualcomm is not going to be... They're not going to be walking into this and nailing it first try.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Again, like I'd like to see them try, because basically all of these right now are terrible, because all of them have really low end hardware in them, and they're built like as cheap as humanly possible. But maybe this will be too.
Hey, yeah.
I'd like to see them try.
Yeah, well, if it is built cheaply, then my question becomes, what was the point in doing this? Obviously it's... For them, it's an attempt to make money, but in reality, if you're not going to do something different from what everyone else has already done and failed at, why are you bothering? And right now, My very first response, the first comment I made about this device was, it'll be DOA as soon as they ship it. And right now, I know we don't have news, we haven't seen an announcement, we don't know what hardware is going into it, we don't know a lot of stuff, but right now, based on what is there, I can't think of any other way to look at it other than it's DOA just out of the gate, because we have no reason to have faith it'll be anything else.
Yeah, you know what I'd like to see is I'd like to see them make this and try to like make this as in something that's akin to a Switch. Like, I'm not expecting amazing performance, but like get it as close as you can at this price point. We'll see how you do. And I'd also like to see them take whatever design they come up with, if it's good, and make the same exact thing, but swap out the chipset for like the cheapest possible thing that can stream video, and sell that as like an xCloud, Stadia, whatever console, and it could be like $50 or something. That'd be cool.
Okay.
Because I think I think streaming games would be one of the main selling points for this, but like that doesn't need good hardware. Like they could throw any like Snapdragon, probably like a 400 or maybe even lower, and it would still run Stadia and xCloud fine.
Okay, I'm gonna fling a weird idea. We're thinking of this in the context of Qualcomm is a company that is we always think of as being somewhat hostile. It is a company that we think of as having bad marketing, or not compelling marketing, maybe is a way to say that. It's a company that we think of as a component vendor and sort of the unintentional platform leader. What if Qualcomm is actually going to launch this thing and very legitimately is reaching out to like game developers and has every legitimate intention of saying, no, for real, we're starting an actual developer program. We're going to pump money, like lots of money, into this. We're going to help other companies build games. We're doing the big thing. Like, we're going all in on this. What if I know a lot of people wouldn't be familiar with this, but what if they're actually doing what Microsoft did 22 years ago with Xbox? They're literally going out there and saying, no, for real, we're starting a freaking game hardware company, and we're gonna license games. We're gonna support actually delivering mobile games because no one else is doing it. So let's take over the mobile game console space, which, yes, of course Nintendo is doing it, but you know, Nintendo is always the other company, not the same thing.
So you're proposing, what if Qualcomm actually tried?
Yeah.
That's
which seems very out of character for Qualcomm.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, the game console was very out of character for Microsoft, so you know.
and this is very out of character for Qualcomm already.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not too much of a stretch. I don't know, but also like doing this kind, like they've sort of already been doing stuff like this. I think a lot of people get the idea that Qualcomm just makes like chips and that's it. Like they just make the hardware, but like they're also like compiling Android for it, you know, updating the graphics drivers every time they need to. And now they're actually shipping GPU updates through the Play Store where they can. I don't know what devices support that. I don't think it's many, but they're doing that. You know, they keep building reference designs for companies to do stuff like this. So like, I guess going from like working with Google to make sure everything works to working with game developers to make sure everything works isn't too much of a stretch. But I don't, I don't know. Again, it's I'm not sure. I I don't. This is difficult because like Qualcomm's hardware is, again, like Apple blows them away in graphics capabilities and has for many years. And I don't know if that comes from like we don't care about gaming. I don't know if that's true or not, because like they market a lot of stuff for gaming, but also I'm sure they do that because it's easier to sell stuff that way.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if it's from like they don't really care about this, or what I think is probably more likely is that they just don't have the best engineers to do this. Like Apple has been buying up for decades, or not buying up. They're not slaves. I would hope.
Well, and it may not even be like best versus worst engineers, though. You know,
Like Qualcomm definitely has different priorities here.
yeah. Priority is where I was going to go with that. And you know, I was just trying to find a polite way of saying maybe the engineers are good, maybe they're bad, but yeah, the focus may not be
like,
on gaming as much as it is on just general,
like 5G, like that.
Yeah.
Like I wonder, like if Qualcomm put all the effort they put into marketing 5G connectivity into working on the actual hardware, like would Apple be so far ahead? I don't know.
Exactly.
Like I know that's different.
Well,
design parts, but
yeah, there is that. But you know, if somebody were to, let's say you walk in the door at any one of these companies and say, all right, from this point on, starting today and going for the next 7 years, our top priority is battery life. That's it. I don't want to talk to anyone unless you tell me how you're going to make battery life better. If every person in this room doesn't have a suggestion to me by the end of the week, you're fired, and I will find someone to replace you. Battery life, people. Only battery life. If someone walks in and says that, guess what? In 2 to 3 years, everything that you ship, like your marketing push is going to be, no, for real, we doubled battery life. And it'll sound good. It'll look good. It is a marketable thing. And you can tell Apple 100%. Someone walked in the door and said, okay, we've got 3 priorities. This, and this. Yeah. Deliver or you're done.
Right. Like Apple's been going at this from the perspective is like, we don't want to deal with Intel anymore. Make us something that replaces Intel, please.
Yeah.
Listen, thank you.
And you know, drilling down deep, because I know you're going with a simplified version of that, but when you drill in, what does it mean to replace Intel? You start asking that question. It's like, oh, well, we don't have to replace everything. We don't need to support the full range of USB devices. We don't have to support all of these old codecs and features. We can leave all that crap out. We don't have to reproduce what Intel did. We just have to come up with something that matches on this much smaller, limited set of functions and features and support. So yeah, you know, 100%. Like I said, you set a priority and you can deliver. I doubt Qualcomm is doing that for gaming, but it's not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, maybe that's where they're going with this device.
Yeah, like maybe this is like a developer platform, or like their vision of like, this is just for gaming. Or, you know, like if we remove all the other variables that impact smartphones, they need to be thin, they need to have, you know, all these other design considerations. Like, what if we just, you know, focus on this one thing, see how that goes.
Yeah. Well, the few details that we have, presumably, and I mean, this is so obvious, but it obviously is going to have its own custom launcher. Well, what if the launcher isn't like a typical app launcher, but is very much your game launcher, and there is no app launcher? Like, maybe you can't even really sideload one. maybe the memory model for this thing might be more like what it is on any game console, where you really aren't running a bunch of background services. Maybe once a game starts, like, everything else basically gets put to sleep except for the necessary things. That's entirely possible with this, and it would improve performance. Not massively, but it would make a difference.
Yeah. Well, they'd unfortunately they'd still be bound by like all the rules Google sets about what you can and cannot do to Android. But as we've learned from Samsung and OnePlus and all these other companies, there's some leeway there.
Okay, yes, there's some leeway there, but keep in mind, you're talking about for phones. Google is strict about how phones have to operate. If once you start splitting out into other form factors, they get a lot more relaxed about Android. Now, granted, those other form factors rarely have Play Store access, and supposedly, at least according to the source, this will. But if you're not making a phone, Google's rules start changing. Their compatibility requirements way different. They do not give a crap about a lot of that stuff once you start changing. Plus, I mean, we are talking about Qualcomm. Qualcomm and Samsung are probably the two companies that, if Google's gonna bend the rules for anyone, it's those two.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a lot of things that aren't that are important on a phone that wouldn't be important here, and maybe they can get Google to recognize that, like, does this really need to get instant push notifications? Probably not, so there could be changes, stuff like that.
Yeah. I was just reading through comments.
You know what I'd like to see Qualcomm do if they're gonna try to do consumer products is make an Android tablet. Just like whatever reference design they already have for tablets, just make that, maybe make it a little bit nicer. Get me a stock Android tablet that gets updates semi-frequently. That'd be nice. No one's gonna buy it, but I'd like that.
Yeah, and that's the catch. And I mean, that's where even the advice would make me nervous, because, dude, others have tried it, and the problem with tablets, it's not the update schedule, though that's never been great outside of Nexus devices. It's not that they usually come with sort of subpar hardware for the price. The problem with tablets is still just there's no damn apps. The apps are not designed for a big screen. A few of them are. I mean, you obviously there are benefits to watching Netflix and YouTube on a big screen. You can obviously point to a dozen different apps that actually do adapt well, but all the rest of them look like garbage, and a lot of them don't work right, and a lot of developers don't even bother with the classic recommended layouts anymore, because it's just not worth their time.
Yeah, yeah. So I'd like to see them try with that. All right, my dog's very upset. I think she needs to go poop, so I guess I'll leave now.
Yes, I hear the sound of desperation in the background.
Yeah, I'll here, say hi. I know you don't like it when I pick you up. This is just for a second. Okay. Yeah, woo. Just hi.
Hey, Pooch. Hey, Daisy.
She's not happy at all. Here's the smart tag I have on her.
It works.
Yeah. Okay. Well, y'all have fun, and if Qualcomm gets this thing, maybe I'll get it, and we'll see how that goes.
It's definitely one of those things I'll wait to see what other people say before I get it, unless Qualcomm. If you're listening,
yeah,
send these out to some bloggers and influencers. Yeah, send these out. Let us all have one, and we'll talk.
This is one of those things where I'd buy just because it's weird. Like, I'm not like, unless it's like has like a serious hardware defect where it might blow up in my closet, then I'd consider getting. Depends on how much money I feel like blowing.
You'd consider letting it sit in your junk drawer. You'd be
just like all those Wear OS watches.
Oh yeah.
I had to go for that.
Run photo stack on it. Yep.
Yeah. I'll add gamepad support for photo stack.
I mean, you should.
I should. That'd be
the right thing to do.
That'd be fun. Like I remember back when Nintendo wasn't morally opposed to the idea of web browsers, when the Wii and the DSi and 3DS had web browsers. When they made the Wii browser, it was based on Opera, and they actually took the time to set up JavaScript key mapping for the buttons, so you could make like web games with the controller, and it was fun. So I could do something like that. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if this doesn't have any games, at least it'll have a photo editor. So there's that.
Oh yeah. The mere fact that we have to start with end or comment and even have to say if it'll have any games. Man,
well,
that's why
it will have games.
Yeah,
whether or not they will be good.
Games I can run on my Pixel.
But physical buttons, Cody. And also they'll run worse than on your Pixel because it probably won't be a flagship chip.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sad.
Okay. Well, you'll have fun. I'm gonna go now.
All right. Take it easy, man. Oh boy. Thank you, Qualcomm, for giving us something just begging to be laughed at. And don't get me wrong, I honestly actually do have higher hopes for this. I want to be optimistic. I want to give the benefit of the doubt. But this is something right now, unless Qualcomm lays out so much money, I just do not see a future for this where it's going to be sustainable, profitable, and viable. But hopefully. I mean, I one of the things that has driven me crazy, and I kind of alluded to this before, Nintendo's the only company making a mobile console these days. I mean, one could argue, like, Sony did kind of do the Vita, but even the Vita was really a ham-fisted, basically failed product. And other than that, all we've seen is like the iPhone, the Switch, and then a bunch of like not third party, but like small, largely failed products, all of which from niche companies and nobody with real backing. It doesn't work that way. In order to be a gaming company and sell a gaming device, you have to have lots of push. You have to have the influence. You have to have the money to support all of your game developers who are going to come along and try to invest in that platform. Curvy Mermaid said PSP was better than Vita. 100% agreed. I actually have a PSP somewhere. I honestly have no freaking clue where it is anymore, but I do have one. The Vita, I remember looking at that when it first came out, and it's like, nope, not a chance. No interest in this until there's a very, very real reason or incentive to get the Vita, and that never happened. It's not that it was a bad device, it's that the ecosystem for it wasn't there. It didn't get enough games, it didn't have it didn't have a platform that was very compelling, and for what it's worth, it wasn't very hackable, at least not at the time. I don't know if it is now, but yeah, that was, all of these were reasons I just wasn't interested in it. And to, you know, no denying the hackability aspect is not something that is supposed to be a marketable detail for the PSP, but it is. It's why a lot of people wanted the PSP. Yeah, Diablo, homebrew. That's why. It's all about the homebrew. You can now run custom firmware on the Vita. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, still, the Vita strikes me as one of those devices that should have been successful, but every single thing surrounding it just made sure it wasn't. But yeah. If Qualcomm can do this, I would wish the company the best of luck. I just don't see it happening. It doesn't seem like a practical path. But especially being that it is their first consumer device in so long, and this is like actual consumer device. So we'll see. Diablo needs to look it up. Vita's just sitting in the drawer. Yeah, exactly. Everybody I know who ever got a Vita, it was such a short-lived device to them. Nobody held on to it for more than, I don't know, just a short time, we'll say. Or rather, no one used it for more than a short time. Curvy Mermaid, OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro talk. So what was... Oh, crap, that's right. There was an announcement this week. I totally forgot to watch it. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up then. OnePlus 9. We'll just dig this out. The Vita accompanied on road trips to Lebanon. Yeah. You know, well, I mean, any gaming console is great for road trip territory. Okay, so I'm pulling up a few different posts about the OnePlus 9. Love that the reviews are out already. And yeah, I wish I had actually watched the event, but it happened when I needed to sleep, and the timing just did not work out for me. Oh yeah, the Hasselblad, that was part of the big marketing push. Okay, I need to resize this. Do I need to resize or reposition this window? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll go with resize at the moment. Okay. Actually, I guess, now that I think about it, actually, no, we're gonna move this back. There we go. Okay. Okay, the event was kind of oof. Okay, so I heard a few things about the event, but I'm not sure if the reason you're saying it is the same reason that I heard. But yeah, we'll see. The biggest thing that really made it seem oofy to me was the Hasselblad push. So much hype about Hasselblad from what I was hearing. The event started like a month ago and has been a series of tweets until yesterday. Well, that's OnePlus. The volume was low in the beginning. You didn't pay attention after they showed prices, and you hate AP marketing, or OP marketing. Okay, so the conversation of OP marketing comes up all the time. It's impossible not to, because it's one of the worst companies when it comes to marketing tactics. And by worst, I mean most irritating. Just realized a certain window was open. I don't even know why it is. You can close that one. That can go away. But anyway, yeah. So first off, just the insistence to talk about Hasselblad. I mean, that's great. It is a company that makes good hardware, but how much did Hasselblad really have to do with Austin? Apparently Hasselblad has only been working with OP for 6 months. I hadn't heard about that, but here's the thing. These companies are mostly just selling their names. I mean, Hasselblad, Zeiss, of course, famously did it with the Nokia line of Windows phones. Let's see, who else? Oh, well, one could say Red, but that was a different situation. When these companies put their names on these smartphones, 9 times out of 10, what they're really doing is selling, like, they're selling glass. They might have had a little bit of input in the design of the cameras, but they're not big contributors. It's not like Hasselblad is going to make these images really good. It's marketing. I mean, let's be honest. Pixel phones have kind of mediocre sensors. Like, Pixel phones are blowing away everyone else in like, comparatively speaking. They're blowing away everybody else with a lower quality or older sensor and so-so lenses, but they're killing it on software. And the reality is, when you get to this size, it's not like these sensors or lenses are going to get fantastic images. It's the laws of physics basically guarantee that's not realistic. So what is Hasselblad really providing here? You know, they're not writing the software for, like, image processing. They might help with that a little bit, but they're not doing that. Not on these phones. So what is Hasselblad doing? Well, maybe they're making the lenses. That's good, but the lenses are only going to be so good. They can't fix the fact that the sensor is tiny. Maybe Hasselblad is somehow involved in the sensor. Okay, it's fine, but again, it's not like it's going to make the sensor capable of magic. So when all is said and done, it's not like this is going to produce a Hasselblad image. It's going to produce a smartphone photo image. And at the end of the day, how it's processed, that's the difference. Austin, you think it's about color science? If that's the case, okay. I mean, nobody... Alright, so I'm gonna say this, and it's a little bit of an oversimplification, but it's the truth. Nobody talks about Hasselblad's color science. It's just the harsh, honest fact. No one talks about Hasselblad's color science. When people talk about color science, the number one name everyone points to is Canon. No one can stop saying how great Canon's color science is, which is actually kind of funny because once you break it down, Canon's color science isn't that good. It is just attractive in comparison to what is considered real color science. Canon kind of tends towards the reds, like it enhances warmer colors, whereas a lot of other companies, their color science usually tends a little bit cooler, and it's a little bit more real, like true to life, which of course is unfortunate because true to life isn't as attractive as somewhat enhanced. See, Saldana brought up Leica phones, and yeah, Leica was another one of those where they sold their name. They had so little to do with anything that happened with the actual photography coming out of that camera. Let's see, Leica was with Huawei, wasn't it? For some reason I was thinking Vivo, but Yeah, it's always hard to remember. Okay, so I'm quickly reading and catching up. Leica and Huawei designed sensor together. I don't think they designed the sensor. I think maybe they did design the sensor, but I'm pretty sure Leica only got involved to the extent of now I don't remember for sure. I don't think they designed the sensor, but maybe they did. It's been long enough now that it's hard to recall. This also reminds me, I forget what phone company did this, but one of the phone companies worked with a major lighting company. I want to say it was Profoto, but now I'm not totally sure. Whoever it was, I actually tried contacting, they contacted me for an unrelated reason, and we got on to talking about the phone, and they couldn't give me the details I wanted to get, which sucked. But anyway, once I started digging, I found out that their involvement in lighting had literally nothing to do with the hardware in the phone. Literally nothing. This collaboration that they did, and they actually talked about it on stage for like 2 minutes. Literally, the company had nothing to do with what was in the phone. All they did was work with them a little bit on a software project so that they technically could have a remote controlled light. That's all they did. But their name is actually on the phone's box because of it. That's the thing. So often these companies are doing it so that they can have their names on there. And both companies want to get that name on there because it lends credibility. Honestly, I don't think we really know how much Hasselblad had to do with the OnePlus camera. And we probably never really will know. But I'm holding my reservations to see what it actually looks like. And when I say that, I mean, I don't want to see their gallery of photos. I want to see what other people have taken with it, which, to that point, let's open. Let's see what our own review. Actually, who did our review is also a question I am curious about. Opening it right now. Okay, Ryan did it. Sure. I'm just looking for camera samples here. I guess I could just use... Oh. Huh. That's weird. The table of contents was wonky. Okay. So let's talk camera samples. Okay, actually, before we do that, I'm gonna quickly catch up on comments because you guys start getting a lot more talkative just now. Okay, so Austin was replying with the color science. Austin was replying to the Leica Huawei thing, or maybe it was that. Maybe it was a Hasselblad thing. As I'm reading it, I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. Curvy Mermaid going to wait versus girlfriend wants to get the 9 Pro off Amazon. Let's see. Google's color science is pretty good. So Google's color science is not... When you start talking color science, it gets complicated, but Google's color science, for the most part, is actually Sony's color science. In fact, almost all of the companies, since they're using Sony sensors, it is Sony's color science, and then Google is performing the post-processing. Which I know that sounds like kind of a weird thing to say, but color science is something that happens essentially in the sensor and to some extent in the DSP. But it is actually a lot more targeted to the sensor itself. So at least that's my understanding of it. I suppose this is something I need to dig into more to really get details, but my understanding is it is fundamentally at the sensor level, with some help from the DSP. That being said, Google's post-processing is the thing that I think is good. I mean, I'm a Sony user, so I actually do like Sony's color science, but the way the post-processing is done on Google's end, I think that is pretty good. It's not heavy-handed, it's pretty true to life, but it does create nice color separation. Whereas, you look at, of course, there's famously Samsung's post-processing steps, which were creating nuclear colors, and they were grossly unrealistic in earlier versions. These days, they've reined it in quite a bit. But yeah, anyway. Austin, waiting for Google to take an HDR picture with one lens to apply that color science to video being recorded with the other lens. Maybe, but I got my doubts. And that's a really hard thing to do. It's plausible with photos. It's really hard with video. Oh, nothing notification. Let's see. Austin, they did design the sensor. It's an exclusive RYYB Sony sensor. Okay. Artem doesn't like the orange button in the camera app. Yeah, well, whatever. Jason Howell has taken pictures of his family and he was like, eep. Okay. I'll look this up too. I haven't actually talked to Jason about phone cameras. Any chance? I'm assuming he posted that to Twitter. Oh, maybe not. Where did he post? Where did he post those pictures? Let's see. Google, we partner with Idaho Potatoes for the Pixel 6 camera sensor. Nice. I mean, for real though. He showed during All About Android. Okay. That could be true. I guess that's not that tricky to find. Okay, we'll mute that. There's no hover over feature. As I rapid click my way through this video. Okay. Oh, that distortion. Whoa, that is some yikes right there. So this by the way, I think I was talking about it last week or something, but yeah, that's some really really weird distortion right there. Man, that is like crazy warping. Okay, so yes, the effect on the daughter's head is not great, but what I find more interesting is look at that door. Look at the shape of that door. That is that looks like something out of Nightmare Before Christmas. Like there's some serious Tim Burton like reshaping of stuff going on with that entryway. It's got to be from the ultra wide, which the thing that confuses me though is you look at this whole image, and unless this is really cropped down, this makes no sense. Like, this type of warping shouldn't actually happen in these parts of the image. If I was to guess, and this is kind of a hard guess to make, but if I were to guess, I bet the original image came out to kind of just look. Damn it! I need to look at this with the live view, not trying to watch the stream view. I bet the original image probably came to about here. It just judging by the warping. Oh wait, no, that would be the. No, that doesn't make sense either. Oh. Okay, maybe if the image was originally taller and wider. But not by much. How? There is some warping going on in directions that don't make sense. I mean, yeah, it's probably cropped. Though to be fair, it's also possible... Hold on. We're gonna use a sneaky little trick. I'm just gonna quickly screenshot this image in as close as I can get to exact. I'm gonna pop it into Photoshop and we're just gonna find out. Because if this is cropped, that's fine. Like, no big deal. I'm not going to judge it being cropped, but it does raise some interesting questions. Okay, new image. Yeah, that's 1-to-1. Well, granted, I screenshotted a little off, but I got basically 604 by 611 pixels. So yeah, that's 1-to-1. I got a few extra white pixels on the top and bottom. Okay, let's really quick, just because we're gonna share this view. We don't have to, but I'm choosing to. If I can find... There we go. Okay. We'll transition that in. Now, what stands out to me... Oh. Hold on, this is going to look real weird for a second as I reshape this window. Okay. Now that's better. That gives me the ability to see things. Okay, now let's just really quick. Whoa, damn it. Okay, resizing got a little weird there for a second. Okay, so I'm just dragging out some horizontal rules, and okay, no denying this image is obviously taken at an angle. There's zero chance the door would be perfectly lined up, but you can see those horizontal or the rules that, like the guidelines that I just put in there. Very clearly that door is not even close to matching like the orientation. Let's pull up perspective warp. Okay. This might not really work very well, but yeah, this actually could be a really dumb idea. I don't think it's going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. Okay, so obviously this would look really wrong because it's taken at such an obvious off angle, but this is basically perspective corrected, just perspective corrected, not correcting for the lens distortion, just for perspective. Weirdly enough, that actually gets a lot closer, but it's still you can still tell the distortion on his daughter is completely bonkers wrong. Let's be, hey, you never know, maybe the cabinet and doorway were wrong. But I mean, there's definitely some weird distortion happening. Yeah, let's... Oh, no, we don't need to do that. Let's... there we go. Yeah, well, okay. So where her hand is, obviously that's going to be a function of the distortion, and a lot of it is going to be this this perspective fix. Anything towards the edges are going to get really wonked out. But compare that to... Here was the original again. Yeah, her arm still looks wrong. Yeah, her arm totally looks wrong in this. There is something so... Oh, I see. I think I see what happened. I wonder if he captured these as RAWs? Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Let's, we're gonna make... Oops, no, not that. Canvas size, we're gonna boost the width. Let's just track it up to 1,000. Okay. We're gonna hide that perspective corrected version that I did. Because as awesome as that is, it's... okay, so I don't think he messed with the settings. I think he just... there's a possibility that this was taken as a RAW, and maybe OnePlus's software is not correcting the RAW quite right. Now this is going to be a really weird fix to make. Let's... How are we going to stretch this? Because it's not just a regular stretch. Maybe a distort? Okay. You guys probably can't see this window, but let's see if we... Okay. This doesn't really seem to be fixing it. And I can't control the focal point. That's the problem with this. But, okay. So this is a bit of a reverse pinch. Now, Okay, so this is the original. Here's the reverse pinch. Original, reverse pinch. Now, if I could adjust the placement of this, which I mean I could, but it's a lot more hassle than it's worth. This actually fixes a few things just a little bit. It's actually correcting some of that warping a little, and not in all the right places. What I think it is, I think they might be doing not an anamorphic lens exactly, but I think it's pinched the same way anamorphics sometimes are. Anamorphic. Sure, we'll just go anamorphic lens, but pull up images. Is this gonna show? Where's one that shows pre-stretched? I mean, I could just like get my own images, but I don't want to look for them. It's faster just to look on Google Images. Okay, let's try searching that. Would that work? No. Well, not immediately. Scrolling down a little bit. Somewhere in here I will find the image I'm looking for, damn it. Okay, this isn't really the right image, but it'll work for our purposes. Kind of. Actually, it probably doesn't, but it might help. Okay, so and switch. I need to hide Lightroom, transition, and there we go. Okay, so with this image, and this is, oh crap, I didn't realize this isn't even for the right thing. That's TV stretch, not lens stretch. Crap. Okay, I should have kept looking. Okay, this one's not going to be quite right, but this actually works. Okay, so one thing that can happen with really good anamorphic lenses, what they do is they are basically kind of spherical lenses on one axis. So think of it as a wide view that gets crushed kind of evenly. Now, the thing is, these are expensive lenses to make because to get it a really precise looking stretch all along the way, it is optically difficult, and they're kind of expensive lenses to build. The thing is, though, if you stretch portions of the image, especially around like the center, or rather, let's say it's easier to stretch certain portions of an image, not, and I said center by accident, I mean not at the center. If you're stretching the outer edges, or rather, it's easier to build a lens that stretches the outer edges but leaves the center unstretched. It's possible, and it's kind of proven by what I did here. It's possible that what's happening is this is a spherical lens that is stretched not at the center but on the outer edges in kind of a weird way, but they're applying a de-stretch or stretch. They're kind of creating a pincushion effect that is causing this sort of warping. Now here's the thing, some cameras, when you shoot in RAW, they do not adjust for this. Some of them do, some of them don't. I believe Pixel I think the Pixel camera does adjust for it. I know some old OnePlus camera apps did not adjust for it, so I'm not sure. Or rather, I'm not sure if that's what's happening now, but it would explain why applying a reverse pinch on this would actually fix some of that image. Because this clearly, again, look at the doorway. This is the original. It is off. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong view. Need to bring back Lightroom. Or not Lightroom, Photoshop. Okay. So this original view, without a doubt, is wrong. That doorway is clearly like it shaped like a funnel. And a little bit of that is Jason's height. Jason is a super tall guy, and perspective will do that sort of thing. But it looks like it's also being pinched. Whereas apply the reverse pinch, that doorway looks a lot more correct. I really am suspicious that that's what they're probably doing, and it would make a lot of sense. So it's a theory, but it makes the most sense I can think of. I bet this thing has a ton of software distortion correction going on, and we're just not seeing it in these shots. It's my best guess so far. Okay, let's switch back to yeah, we'll switch back to the web browser. We need to get OnePlus for some interviews. 100%. I'd be down for that. Oh, hey, and there's Jason dragging the mouse over to highlight some of the weirdness. A selfie, which that tree behind him looks really weird there. But the selfies don't look bad. The color, the white balance is wonky. But hey, you can't judge white balance issues, because holy crap, did Google have some issues there. He shot a lot of this stuff obviously not in the best light, so I can forgive some of it. I know that we're on I'm looking at a stream that maybe doesn't have perfect reproduction, but man, that looks really watercolor styling. The fur on the horse just looks weird, very, very fakey to me. Meanwhile, details in the background actually don't look that bad. I mean, they're a little muddy, like the trees look kind of muddy, but not bad. I mean, I wouldn't complain about this. There's a lot of color fringing, but small camera, it's gonna happen. Oh, actually, it looks really bad. I don't know if you can see it, but these trees in the background, you guys probably can't see this very well because this is a stream into a stream out to you guys. But if you can see this, there is a bit of purple color to all those trees. That's something called chromatic distortion, or sorry, chromatic aberration. And it looks pretty noticeable on here. That's something that's super easy to fix in software. Like easy enough that it would be really weird if it's not being fixed. But I'm seeing purple. I'm seeing a lot of purple in this, which that should definitely be fixed. I bet that's something that gets fixed in a future update if it's not already fixed. And again, if Jason's shooting RAWs and sharing the RAW, then chances are chromatic aberration would not be fixed in the RAWs. So, I'm reluctant to overjudge, just because if he is sharing the raws, a lot of this stuff that could have been fixed by software wouldn't have been. Another goat. This is the goat stream. Okay, and here's the macro lens. It looks good. I mean, maybe a couple of weird effects going on. Those colors look wrong. It's so hard to tell without having actually been in the places where this stuff was shot, but the colors around this fire hydrant look really weird. Okay, let's see. Okay, quickly reading through comments, making sure I didn't miss something. Diablo, yeah, at the end he was not impressed for what they try to make it like it's a game-changing thing for them. Okay, to OnePlus's credit-ish, like this is this is the equivalence of saying both a compliment and a backhanded compliment. But for OnePlus, this might actually still be game changing. To Samsung and Google, this, like, to get closer to Samsung and Google's level, that is game changing for OnePlus. For Huawei, Google, and Samsung to deliver these pictures that'd be more depressing. You know, there's no, like, it is a compliment to say that good for them, they're doing better. It is also a backhanded compliment in the sense of, yeah, but you were doing really bad before. That's kind of the discussion we have to have there, because OnePlus is doing better, but not that much. Or rather, not enough to be like, yeah, now we're on the level with everybody else. They're not there yet. At least it doesn't seem to be. Let's see. Diablo said, I mean, we're all human, and if this was not messed with stuff and just grab and shoot, it's oof. Yeah, okay. Now there is that aspect of it. And I will completely agree. Here's the thing, and I've said this before, B-Slime and I have obviously had this very, very distinctive conversation. If your smartphone camera is not something where you're gonna want to sit down and edit the photos after the fact. Now, having that option is really good and really important. You should have the option to be able to shoot in RAW, have an image that you can then tweak and adjust and improve if you know how to do that, and have the software and the willingness and time and capacity. Yeah, absolutely, you want to be able to have that option. But 99% of the photos you're going to take with your phone, you're never, even if you are a person who goes and edits your photos, you don't screw with those photos. Most of them, you're messing with the 1 or 2% that you actually really, really like, or you really need to fix to make them usable. Most of the time, you just want to shoot a photo, and that's it. You're never tweaking it again. You're never messing with it again. So they need to be as good as they can be out of camera first time. No messing around, no goofing with it. It's got to be right first time. And right now, these are fine, but they're not great. Switching back to our review, because these are going to be, closer to high res. I mean, in bright daylight, this actually, let's see. Details look pretty decent. Yeah, still some fringing issues. I see some sharpening artifacts in there, some noise. Nothing bad. I mean, it's what you expect from a smartphone image. Definitely some muddy details when you get here, and no pun on the fact that I just called a bunch of dirt muddy, but, you know, it is what it is. Details in shadow actually look pretty decent for these types of lighting conditions. Yeah, it's not great, but it works. That's... Oh, okay. Now, there is some weird color effect going on with... I just realized you can't see the cursor as I drag it over the top line of the sign. But, yeah, the top line of that sign is showing some really weird artifacting. And up here just above it, the detail is super... It is just destroyed. This isn't being out of focus. This is just bad processing issues. And obviously, like, you know, that's at a weird distance. It's going to create some odd focusing issues, but yeah, that actually looks terrible. So, not the ideal shot for it, but it broke what that image is supposed to look like. How does the sky look in this? You know, pretty noisy, but it's noise that you can live with. And that, by the way, will happen a lot with blue skies. You'll pick up a lot of this granular noise. I don't know if you guys can see it on the stream at all. You probably can't tell at all what I'm looking at. But yeah, I see it on my screen. There's just like right now, if you're looking at it, top center of the image at the top, I can just see it looks like a mess of pixel colors. There are tons of different colors. I see greens and reds poking out. There's just a ton of noise at the top of this image. It looks like a texture all its own, whereas it should just be a pretty smooth blue gradient, and it's not. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. It is a fine camera. It's not great. It's not going to blow away a DSLR. It's not even really competing with... I don't think. I'd have to see side by sides, but I don't think this would really compare with, like, a Pixel or Samsung phone. Not when I say not compare, I mean it in the Pixel Peeper way. Like, this isn't going to give you that, like, super precise, very honed image that you really, really desperately want it to be, like, perfect. But if you're just looking at this on Facebook or Twitter, if you're just taking pictures to show to friends, you're never going to be able to tell a difference. They're all going to look perfectly good. Like, we're not in the like 2012 cell phone days where every shot that came out was kind of like a crapshoot on whether it would look good. This looks really usable. Yeah, there's some chance that compression is screwing this up. Both the images I'm seeing, because I know these aren't full size, obviously, and it's also possible that compression over the stream doesn't look that great either. Really quick reading comments. Wonder if Google is, or wait, I don't know, really a little higher. Oh, Austin asked earlier, have I noticed, or has anyone noticed, that the native Google Photos RAW editing has gone to shit? I have not, because I don't use it. No offense to Google Photos RAW editor, because it's fine. Like, I've got nothing strictly against it, but I'm just generally going to use Snapseed, or I don't even edit it on the phone. Actually, I almost never edit on a phone. I actually, for reasons, I do want to start doing that a little bit more. But I usually take a photo and then I copy it to my computer and I edit it there. So I rarely touch anything on the phone in terms of RAW editing. I care that the feature's there. I don't use it. Austin also said, jealous of Huawei's imaging, which, yeah. Imagine for a second if Huawei and Google could team up and make a camera, make the software, bring together the things that both of them seem to be doing way better than anybody else. That would be freaking ridiculous. It's so sad that the last time they worked together was the 6P, and we'll probably never see another Google software on a Huawei hardware phone, like fully the two of them working together. We're probably never going to see that, but we should. Let's see. Okay, Diablo saying kind of the same thing as me. Haven't messed with it. Wonder if Google's gonna let us down on the Pixel 6 for real, like just go with the same old. I mean, if we're talking about cameras, I'm not sure what to think. I feel like Pixel 6 is so much of an unknown at this point. Whereas with hardware, I think the Pixel 6 is going to be somewhat underwhelming. I think it'll be a lot more like the Pixel 5, where the specs are a lot more moderate. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with fairly moderate specs. But, you know, the Pixel 5 came out and it was moderate specs, not an appreciably more worthwhile camera selection, and a number of other sacrifices that it just wasn't motivating to me. That being said, hey, fingerprint sensor's back, so cheers, they at least got that right. Let's see. Austin, yeah, Google has so much hardware catching up to do at this point. Google way underestimated hardware selling phones when they decided to go all in on experience. I mean, you know, okay, I think you're right, but I think you're right on a very specific reason, and it's because of the audience, specifically who the Pixel customers are. Pixel customers are a mix of Google fanboys who, when they hear Google is not cutting corners, but they're paring back on the hardware, a lot of them probably thought, okay, you know what, we're fans, but maybe we'll just wait for the next generation. We can take a phone off, or a lot of them probably just did buy the phone. A portion of them are developers. Many of the developers thinking, I need a phone that's going to last me as long as possible because this is an investment in the business. So, you know, I'm not going to buy a phone with weaker hardware and some sacrifices to it, where it is objectively not really that interesting of a phone. You also have, no doubt, a lot of people who buy it for, you know, like the stock-ish experience and having a phone that they can tinker with and manipulate. And again, for them, hardware is an issue. Compare this to your average buyer, your average smartphone buyer. Sure, some of them might look at specs and say, oh, that number's bigger than that number, I'll get this one. But yeah, most people don't care about phone specs. If I'm buying a phone for grandma, so to speak, would I get her a Pixel phone? I wouldn't, for other reasons, because the software changes more rapidly and that's not a good experience for her. But in the whole sense of like getting a phone that is kind of the simpler, easier Android device to use, you know, within a few other constraints, I don't care that she's getting the latest hardware. I'm not gonna try to force her to buy on specs, because that makes no sense. What matters there is what it's like to use it. And that's where most people are. They want the phone that's easier to use, that works right, and it's consistent, and it's this and it's that. So most people don't care about phone specs, except very specifically the people who are buying OnePlus, Pixel, or like maybe one or two other brands. They buy on specs. A lot of them care about specs, and yeah, for Google's audience, they needed to deliver on that if they wanted to sell phones. Okay, let's see. Diablo. Yeah, just like keeping exclusives for 3 months or double tap the back for a newer devices. Like, yeah, give more than just these goofy exclusives. Yeah, and honestly, the exclusives, I feel like they're not good. A lot of the exclusives are features no one uses anyway. It's not a good story for them. Google needs to upgrade their sensor and then offer advanced processing for Google One subscribers. If you say advanced processing, well, okay, you know what? Actually, I'm just gonna shoot that down. Yes, they need to upgrade the sensor. Plain and simple, no question. I am against the idea that they change how any processing or photo tools work for Google One subscribers. If they want to release it, like, it'd be fine if maybe they say they're going to release a separate app that has like some advanced features, and by advanced features I'm talking you may remember that thing about like removing obstacles in an image, like that whole thing where they showed removing the chain link fence, which if I finished reading that same comment, I would have seen that's exactly what you were pointing to. Yeah, that kind of stuff, that I don't mind the idea of them attaching to Google One subscription, because chances are that's getting some server processing anyway. But the Google One subscription, I don't want that to be holding back Google's ability to market its capabilities. It feels weird to say you have to, I know that they didn't do this specifically, but this is on par with what I feel like they did do. If they were to shut off the raw editor in Google Photos unless you're a Google One subscriber, that would be bad. It makes no sense, and it looks bad. And the features that they hid behind Google One, which I'd have to go look again at what they were, but I feel like that's what they did. And that is a bad look. It looks thirsty. It looks pushy in the worst kind of way, and I don't dig that. I don't want subscriptions on things that don't make sense as a subscription feature. Let's see, Photos Raw Editor will not even show the image. It's pixelated like in the Photos app. Yikes, that's weird. Is the same stuff happening in Snapseed? Have you checked that? Austin, Huawei would have been the perfect Pixel ODM too. Honestly, yeah. Huawei's too big to have been purchased, and obviously also not in the US, so or or even in a country where that would have been a realistic possibility. But man, can you imagine if Google could have bought, instead of buying HTC's mobile division or part of it, can you imagine if they had bought Huawei's instead? Holy crap, that would have changed so much of the market. It's a weird thought, but it's such a cool thought. Anyway, I guess the 5A won't be launching in May this year. Haven't seen any in real life leaks yet. Yeah, I agree. I imagine the 5A is going to take a little bit longer. Everything is on a delayed schedule still, and I'm not sure it's going to get back on schedule for a little while. It'd be odd if it was kept under wraps. Yeah, Google doesn't keep secrets well. Would have hit FCC by now? Not necessarily, actually. If it Pixel phones always hit FCC 30 days before launch. I mean, strictly speaking, 30 days, if May was the target, they still have plenty of time. Theoretically up to a month before launch date, if launch was at the end of May. So yeah, they'd have time. Beside him, if you don't buy a Pixel this cycle, can you call yourself a fan? The last one you bought was the 3, right? If you're asking me, then no. The last Pixel I bought was the 4 XL. And I know it always comes up, but yeah, my carry phone is the Pixel 3. Not exactly because of size, though size has been an interesting thing. It's actually because I like the Pixel 4 less, but and I like it less mostly because of the unlock method. I hate face unlock on this thing. But I like the Pixel 4 less for a few other reasons. But I also still wanted to have a Pixel 4 for a few reasons. So, yeah, that's why the SIM card stays in the 3 for now. And I do this with multiple phones. I usually don't put the SIM card into the newest phone as soon as I get it, and oftentimes not at all. Or rather, I usually jump generations. Like each phone that I buy, I'll put the SIM card into the... whatever... So I have both Project Fi and AT&T service. If the last phone that I moved a SIM card into was... If it got Project Fi, the next time that I buy a phone, it's probably going to get the AT&T SIM card. And so I just leapfrog phones this way. But yeah, anyway, and hello beside him. Okay, let's see. Austin said, I'm talking about things that need the power of Google Cloud and not a phone ISP. Yeah, okay. That was obviously about the Google One thing. Snapseed works great. Okay. Yep. Then I find it pretty suspicious that Google Photos is behaving bad with RAW. And this is totally unrelated and off topic, but I want to look up Snapseed real quick, because I wrote a post quite a while back. Yep, that's what I thought. This isn't important, not by a long shot, but let's see. Where would it be? Oh, that's right. My post never actually got posted because of some, we'll just say some bullshit. Lot of bullshit. But I had been working on a post and had a ton of details and really good stuff on it. But last year, we noticed that Snapseed hadn't been updated in, I think it was, since 2018. It had been basically, was it 2 years or 18 months, something like that. It had been a really long time, and Snapseed had some missing features and functions. They had actually even released a changelog at one point that said that they had certain updates, and that update never came out. Carson's suggesting I pull it up from WordPress. I'm pretty sure that post has long since been deleted, and I know deleted posts eventually do get purged. WordPress has like a trash can sort of thing, so they don't get completely destroyed as soon as you delete it, but I know they do get purged eventually. Anyway, I'm sure the original article isn't around anymore. Not at this point. But yeah, it's been a year, actually almost to the day, like a year and 1 week since Snapseed got its update. And I doubt you guys would remember this, but I even talked about this on a stream a year ago, because I had been in communication with Google about this. I contacted them and they said, okay, please wait on this. We're gonna dig up the details. And so they strung me along for, it was a few weeks, like promising that they were going to give us some information, get us some details, all this stuff. And then all of a sudden the update comes out and they just don't respond. They didn't give any heads up. They kind of left us hanging with incomplete information. And because it happened right when I wasn't around, this post went up instead. And so yeah, I kind of got screwed out of a really good post, but thank you Google PR for that one. Anyway, now here we are. It's 11 months since the last Snapseed update, and it clearly is not getting any closer to there we go, in full zoom in. I have a funny feeling Snapseed is about as close to being abandoned as it can get. They clearly are just not caring about it anymore. Okay, B-Slideman said, as a former 6P owner, you disagree. I don't see a follow-up comment, so can you expand on that? I'm not sure what it is that or what that's in reference to. I mean, I obviously said a few things about Huawei and the 6P. I'm just not sure what it is that what it is you disagree with. Let's see. Hold on. I still want to get the Pixel 5 since it still has the free Google Photo storage. Yeah, it does. Does it? Now I don't even remember the details on that, but clearly Google has decided that the photo storage is a thing of the free photo storage is a thing of the past. So I'm not sure what to do with that at this point, because I am already paying a little bit for Google One. I don't know though if I want to keep doing that. One way or another, it means that I can't just, or don't want to just keep uploading images totally freely and at will, which makes me think I either want to find another cloud storage solution or just download all of it and maybe filter out and delete a whole bunch of old stuff. I still want to use Google Photos' ability to search images because that's fantastic, but I don't want this ever-growing massive cloud storage issue that just continues to balloon up. And at this stage, without getting free photo storage off of Pixel phones, that's turning into a problem. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that yet, but it feels like something I'm going to have to solve. Let's see. Oh, the stream background was making you hungry. Nice. Let's see. Google was basically like, we can monetize this with a Google One subscription, so let's just give up on Snapseed. I don't think that's the case. I genuinely think that they just saw the Photos app and Snapseed were effectively just totally overlapping each other in function. Or rather, I'm sure they figured there was no reason that Photos shouldn't have the features of Snapseed, so they might as well just port everything of Snapseed over to Photos. And then at a certain point they ran into the issue of, hey, here are a few features in Snapseed we don't care if Google Photos has, so let's just leave them out. And at that point, you now have a whole lot of people who are saying, but wait, we still need Snapseed, please keep updating it. And Google's saying, well, you know, we care about Photos, we don't care about Snapseed. So, tough luck. Except, of course, they won't actually say that. It's just an implied thing. Okay, switching images so that we don't force anyone off into a binge eating moment. Which I am actually hungry, but not important. Let's see. So far, what's interesting to me... Oh, wait. What the... What fucking lens is that? Okay. Guys. Alright, so here's the thing. I don't know how Ryan shot these, but this is another image. We need to take a closer look at this image. And this one's going to be a lot easier to demonstrate the issue. I mean, because this is not a perspective issue. Clearly, this is not a perspective issue. Okay. So, this one has the telltale signs of a really big problem. And judging by the colors, I will pretty much put money on it. Ryan did not shoot this in RAW. He is not a RAW shooter. He will shoot in RAW plus JPEG, but he uses JPEGs. He's very proud of this fact. So this should be corrected. If OnePlus does any correction, it should be correcting this. These objects that I'm drawing lines to, these are objects that are definitely straight up and down objects. They are not built with a slant like this. You can see very clearly these are not right. This is massive distortion. I mean, look at those trees in the background. They are like if the ground weren't clearly wrong, then you would just you would almost think the wind blew all the trees uniformly off axis. Now, one might look at this and go, oh, but it's, you know, maybe it's because it's the edge of the image and there's gonna be some distortion at the edges. Well, here's the thing. We zoom out and okay, it's towards the edge, but that's pretty close to the center. I mean, let's see, dead center of the image is right there. So those things that are heavily warped are at about a quarter of the way up. Like normally, if I'm just gonna draw this because it just makes the most sense. Normally, if I'm expecting heavy duty distortion in an image, and I mean heavy distortion, I expect it right here in these spots. That's like normally heavy duty barrel distortion happens here. The same places that actually typically get damn it, I am suddenly blanking on the name of that term, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, where you typically also get the darker parts of an image. You should not be getting it here. You should not have massive slanting right there. And just in case anyone's thinking, oh, but maybe it's different on the other side, or like maybe it's a crop issue. No, you can tell. You can tell right here. This is not a cropping issue. This is, I guess we'll turn back that way a little. It's clearly distorted on this side too. It doesn't look quite as distorted, but we don't have as many like straight up and down tall objects, but we still have them. This is not good. OnePlus needs to fix some things here. This looks really, really weird. Like, I would not want to share this on... I wouldn't want to share this on Facebook. I mean, I'd be willing to if I'm really trying to show something off, but that looks super weird. And I know maybe some people won't notice this stuff. And obviously if you're in a I really just need to create two different scenes for this instead of switching Lightroom on and off and transitioning each time. But if you're looking at a photo like if you're looking at a photo like this, you don't notice that distortion. It's not gonna stand out, and possibly because of the different type of scene, it wouldn't stand out anyway. But when you're looking at this image, that looks super wonky. There's no way that should be right. Yeah, you won't notice that distortion in this image, and in fact, yeah, everything about the bridge looks fine. And trees never grow straight up and down, really, so that's not even an issue. Yeah, see, it's weird because this image of the buildings, there's perspective distortion, but that's fine. That's to be expected. Huh. Okay, see, Saldana, only in high quality, but it's good enough for me. A Google exec even tweeted to confirm that future Pixels won't have the unlimited storage. So, unlimited original storage is already basically dead. I think the only phone that's still getting that is the Pixel. I think the Pixel 3 has a few more months of free unlimited storage. Maybe that's not even right. And the original OG Pixel. Those are the only ones that get original storage still. Like I said, I may be wrong on the Pixel 3. Then there is the unlimited high quality storage, and that one's going away too. If I recall correctly, which that part sucks. I don't like that, and I mean, it's, you know, I get it. It's a lot of data to store. It is weird to think that Google is trying ever offered it to begin with, because that's a big offer. Unlimited high quality isn't going away for current pixels. Yeah, but I think future pixels it is. Yeah, current pixels, they're not losing it on a timeline. They'll get to keep having it. But yeah, for future pixels, they're not going to, which that's the part that bothers me. And I already wasn't using high quality storage. I use original because 9 times out of 10, it's one of those things. Most of the images aren't hurt by it, but then you see the ones that are, and it's like, oh yeah, the way they're hurt by it sucks. Let's see. Google Photos original versus high quality, and there was a specific image that really demonstrated this so insanely perfectly. It showed, oh, okay, how about I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this. There was one that showed, it was like a chalkboard or something like that. Someone had taken a picture of, again, I don't know if it was a chalkboard or maybe it was something else, but it was something like that. It was down in a maybe basement kind of setting, and they showed what it looked like after the image had passed through Google's high quality stuff, and all the writing on the chalkboard was completely unreadable. It was mixed up and reshaped and warped, and it looked just terrible. Whereas obviously in original quality, it was completely readable, very clean, very precise. Obviously you'd have to zoom in to have read any of it, but yeah, I'm skimming through a bunch of different posts and I'm not seeing it. But yeah, that's the thing. I still use original because if there's some chance that some image contains something I really want to keep, I don't want to trust it entirely to the phone not to get destroyed. Anyway, let's see. I wish they would have given people free 2 megapixel, or just, is that supposed to be 2 megapixel or something else? Or just better than thumbnail storage as a better than losing the photo forever backup. So what I would have done, I know that this is maybe a little bit maybe not the best answer to this, but it's kind of a weird solution that I think would have been neat. I wish what they had done is made it so that with each pixel you bought, they give you like guaranteed X amount of storage forever. Instead of saying unlimited, just say every pixel you buy increases your account storage for photos only. You could set that as a limitation. It has to only be for photos and video. It just increases your account storage permanently by 1 gigabyte. 1 additional gigabyte per year, if you're buying a new phone every year, would be appealing. It would not be overcommitting Google by a long shot. Maybe a gigabyte's a little too skinny. Maybe make it 2 or something, but increase that storage. And I feel like that solves the issue. And you're growing the amount of storage with each purchase, but you're not necessarily for a person who is a reasonable photo shooter, they're probably not going to burn through a gigabyte in a year, or if they do, it's not going to be by that much over. and they'll deal with it. Then they'd be able to delete photos they don't want, put in new ones. This works for Google. It works for the user. Google does not make any big sacrifices with this, and let's be honest, in 5 to 10 years, that amount of storage is going to be so trivial, they're not going to care. So they're making a sacrifice that will give people that feeling of, hey, we just invested in our account. Like buying a Pixel phone now becomes an investment in your Google account. That makes it very appealing. Google said the average user would run out of their 15 gigabytes in 3 years. So first off, I think that's not entirely true. Second, and kind of, I guess, maybe built on that first point, I think a lot of the reason for that is they're counting in all of the things that you use, which includes using Drive as Google Drive, and they're talking about using Gmail, where, let's be honest, a lot of people's Gmail accounts, they balloon up actually a lot faster than they realize. Gmail, like, I keep my Gmail as clean as I can despite the massive unread count. And even mine, let's see how much Gmail for me right now is taking up 2.3 gigabytes. So, I'm not giving away any details here. I should have looked at that before I drug this into view. But yeah, here's my usage right now. Which, it's weird, device backup is only registering as 0 gigabytes. I think there should be more, but whatever. Of course, photo storage. Yeah, I've got 29 gigabytes in there. But you know how much of that is old screenshots from work? Because I definitely collected a lot of screenshots that I would never keep otherwise. A big portion of it is a few massive videos I did for testing purposes that I just never got around to deleting. I actually deleted a big batch of them a while back, but I forgot. At the time, I forgot that I needed to go back and delete another set of them. So I bet that number would drop down to, it should drop under 20, actually, because the videos that I'm thinking of were very literally, and I'm not kidding, testing the 4.5, wait, was it 4.5? 4 gigabyte. Yeah, it was testing the 4 gigabyte video size limit. So I recorded videos that were all over 4 gigabytes, and some of those got backed up to Google Photos. So if I went and deleted those, at a bare minimum, I'd be clearing 4 gigs, probably 8 or 12 territory. So yeah, 100%, a lot of this stuff would go away. Yeah, that's the thing. I think most people don't actually use that much space, and if you're giving people a gig or two every year as Pixel buyers, you're still encouraging them to do some maintenance on their images. Like, you shouldn't be promising or encouraging them to upload endless numbers of images. Let them have to do a little bit of housekeeping. Let's see. Austin saying should be at least 5 gigabytes, and most people don't think of storage forever as a finite cost, but it really is with the price of cloud storage. Yeah, that was kind of the point I was making before, is in 5 to 10 years, any amount of storage Google gives away today is going to be trivial to them in the long term. I feel like 5 gigabytes would not. I know that. Okay, this is one of those things where I'm trying to guess at what that perfect balance is. Because Google obviously still wants people paying for cloud storage, but for restrained users, it's very tempting to go with something where you could avoid paying a subscription fee by buying a device. I'm one of those people. I'm 100% one of those people. If you told me I didn't have to pay for Google One every single year as long as I buy a new Pixel phone, yeah, I'm 100% one of those people who, let's see, what are their plans? I'd be willing to pay, instead of paying $20 a year, let's just go with their most basic plan here. Instead of paying $20 a year, I'll buy a $1,000 phone or even $800 phone, whatever their current main Pixel phone is. I'd rather buy the phone because I'm thinking permanent upgrade instead of a subscription fee. Yeah, give me the phone. It doesn't even matter that, ironically, I could pony up for the discounts and get those discounts on buying that phone. In my brain is saying I want the permanent thing, not this temporary subscription fee, which is even bad logic, because in 5-10 years I might even decide I want nothing to do with Google. Maybe they turn out to go super evil or something, and I'm like, no, I want all of my stuff off Google. I'm taking it all away. Let's burn this mother down. It doesn't matter. I still want the permanent thing over the temporary thing. Even if the permanent thing is not as good of a deal, even if the permanent thing might be a bad investment in the long run, for any number of reasons, my brain says give me the permanent thing because it is more reliable. It's something that I will make more use out of, and I'll feel better having it, instead of knowing that I'll be paying the same subscription fee in 5 years. In 5 years, with that cheapest subscription, I'll have paid $100. Whereas in 5 years, buying a Pixel phone every year, I'm gonna be at what, 4,000 ish, 4,000 to 5,000. Yeah, it doesn't even compare. And also, I could get, even if it's 5 gigabytes of storage, yay, I've made 25 gigabytes. Makes no sense at all, but that's the way it goes. Of course, I'd be getting a phone out of the deal too, so it's not like it's it's not the same thing, but still, yeah, honestly, that would have worked better for the audience if they just gave some permanent Google Drive storage increases as a result of buying a Pixel phone. People would be all over it. Or, as people have said in the past, when they took away the free original photo storage, they should just give free Google Drive subscriptions for like a year. Give people the, I don't know, the 200 gig subscription that you see lit up right now. Which isn't what I'm on. I'm on the cheapest one, but give people that subscription for a year. Just for free. Well, free with phone. There you go. 200 gigs. They have to keep paying for the phones to keep getting this, or they can switch to the subscription. That works better than telling people, nah, we really just want you to pay for the subscription. Because then people don't feel any incentive. Let's see, Austin said, and once this change does take effect on June 1st, 2021, over 80% of you should still be able to store roughly 3 more years worth of memories with your free 15 gigs of storage. Yeah, honestly, I think I do think 5 gigs per year, I think that rate is wrong. If it's just in the sense of if it's just in the sense of photo usage. Once you get into video, or once you're adding in Gmail and Drive, those are going to eat up, and then you might burn through that. But I don't think most people take 5 gigs worth of photos each year. That and Google really should have a subscription for just unlimited high quality photos for non-pixel users. Yeah, I don't understand why that's not a thing. Or, you know, maybe wrap that into the Google One subscription. Any of these make sense, but their current solution it's not good. Google it's just not good. As Twitch gamers have really grown to love saying, it feels bad. It feels real bad. Let's see, Austin also said, but think of all the free Nest Minis and Stadia controllers you'll have with a One subscription. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, getting back to the OnePlus 9, let's see, we've obviously been, or I've obviously been very focused on the camera results, mostly because they hyped up Hasselblad. And objectively, the term I was looking for, where there's darker corners, is called vignetting. That just popped straight into my head. Vignetting. Anyway, colors look okay. It's hard to tell. Mostly because I don't know lighting conditions, but daytime colors look good. You know, they always will. It sucks that AP doesn't have like captions so you can tell like what lens was used for each photo, because I know strictly speaking it seems like it should be obvious that this is the wide angle, this is the regular, and I'm assuming this is a telephoto. But strictly speaking, I also don't know. It's also just as possible that he took this photo and then walked forward and took this photo. And more importantly, their wide angle, though, as I look at the distortion, there's a lot of, it looks like stretching at the top left corner of this one. So yeah, probably wide angle is really, really stretching the image. The normal, it's hard to tell. And then telephoto, if a telephoto distorts an image, it would be really bad. I doubt that's happening here. I'm just saying, if you ever hear of a telephoto lens distorting an image, something went seriously wrong in that design. Let's see. Is this what, regular and then wide angle? If so, these images aren't even in the same order. Yeah, low light performance is pretty not great. It's fine. Like if somebody... Okay, enough of the night shots. Judging by those night shots, I'd say low light is exactly on par with what I generally expect. It's fine if what you're doing is... If what you need to do is grab someone's license plate after hit and run, you're okay. If you're out with friends for a night at the bars, this is fine. You're not expecting it to be a printable image. You're not expecting it to be super pretty. You just want it to be good enough for the memory. This will work. This is a perfectly capable camera for that. but it's not pretty. Okay. Yeah, okay, black and white. Cheap black and white conversions, or whatever. Okay, that's it for the camera samples. Oh, he did put captions under some of these images. Okay. It's impossible to tell. AP's got this feature where where camera samples can go into this rotating carousel, or not a carousel, but kind of its own weird light box thing. But when you open them in this mode, it's literally just every image that was part of the article gets lined up, and there's nothing to tell you that you've moved further down the page of images. Okay, so general opinion seems to be, or my general take on cameras so far is, Hasselblad probably shouldn't be hyping it. It's not bad, but I wouldn't throw my name on here just to throw my name on here. Okay, okay, this interests me. Hasselblad ambassadors with OnePlus. So, people who took the OnePlus phone out and shot with it. Okay, I don't want to see YouTube videos of, well, you know what? Actually, yeah. Let's glance at a couple of these. Wow. Okay, so like, all right. So one photo. Oh, yeah, one photo. That's not helpful, dude. Or guys. It's not his fault. It's just how they're presenting it. Okay, so this is a heavily zoomed in YouTube image, so it's artifacted like crazy. Yeah, looks fine. Hard to tell with something like this. Okay, let's see. Yin Chow. I bet this is going to be a lot more compelling as an image, because it looks like he's really going for the actual. Here we are. Love the detail on her face. Like, he found the perfect person for this. Sweet old lady, she's awesome. Yeah, good detail coming through. It's still kind of muddy in the shadows, but that's to be expected. The thing is, it looks like, yeah, she's got not a fill light, but she has a reflector on her. So, what I'm talking about, man, I really need to be able to put, I need a good way to show my cursor on screen. Oh, I know. We'll go back to Photoshop. Okay, so just to get it in its closest to original form, we'll just snap that. Austin. Funny you asked that, because I have a few comments on that. But let's get this set up first. So does anyone take the press sample shots as actual indication of performance? And even Google uses special mounts. Okay, so regarding the press shots, no one uses them as indication of performance. Like, using them to discover, oh, hey, here's something that is a problem with the image, people will do that. Because, of course you would. They're going to do what they can to hide the problems, not show them off. So, yeah, it totally makes sense. But are people necessarily going to be like saying, oh, I'm going to get that same type of image quality if I shoot with this? No one's doing that, or they shouldn't be. If they are, that would concern me. I wouldn't want to hear from those people talking if they think they'll get the same quality images, like the weird Samsung ones. Yeah, Samsung's had some press images that looked really good and some that looked really bad. Well, I think back to this one time, and I talked about this on stream, I don't know, probably 6-8 months ago. OnePlus sent out a bunch of people with, it was like the 5T or something, maybe a different model, but something in that time period. And I looked through every one of their images, and I just found so many problems with all of them. They all looked really bad. Now, granted, it required a little bit of pixel peeping, but once you started digging in, it's like, oh, these have massive distortion problems. These look terrible in low light. These have massive noise, and they're muddying up the image. And I was just pointing out one thing after another. And originally AP was going to completely skip the story, and then someone, I think Ryan, swiped it, but we eventually did have a post. Or wait, did we? Maybe we didn't. I don't know. Oh no, we were gonna do a post, and then I called out all the issues, and then we decided against it because they weren't very good images after all. But yeah, I was pointing out all these images had so many problems, and it's like, okay, yeah, their press shots are not actually good. Anyway, so here's one of those neat little tricks. Here's how you can tell, in this case, I can tell this woman has most likely a reflector next to her, if not actually a separate light. It's probably a reflector. So obviously she is lit from, wait, you are seeing the right thing, right? Yes, you are. Okay. She's obviously lit from this direction. You know, you can very clearly see the light on her face. The shadows are being cast from right to left. You know, here's her nose. There's shadow. Here's the bright part. Like, that is very obvious. That's where the light's coming from. Okay, so now here's the thing. Come over to this side, the left side of the image. Now everything should be cast in shadow, but when you look at her clothes, right there's light coming from the left, and it's casting shadows over to the right. So there is some kind of light hitting her. In all likelihood, it's a reflector. It's just a fill light. There's nothing wrong with that. There would be nothing wrong with lighting this with real lights. I'm not criticizing the choice of using real lights. But this is one of those little things you can look at to tell. It's not like the photographer just walked up to her and said, hey, can I take your picture? That'd be super awesome. And like snap and walked away. No, the photographer has an assistant there holding a reflector, or he set up lights or something. There's more there. And I mean, obviously you can also look at the background. She's standing in front of a sheet of muslin. So, you know, plain and simple, she's standing in front of a fake background. But even setting that aside, like, she's being lit by an assistant. So yeah, you're never going to get the same types of shots out of this that these other people, these pro photographers, are getting. Okay, so do we have any others? Oh, I guess, yeah, okay. I guess I could have also been looking at these images they're sort of trying to show. Or not. Okay, they only have 3 stories on here. And I'm sure the other one's just as whatever as the others. How do I get back to the original product page? I didn't close the window and there's no back button. And there's no arrow to close this. That's weird. Okay. I just went to the address bar and re-entered the page. Okay, so I'm curious. Is Kirby still here? I mean, we're talking OnePlus, so I don't know if this was not interesting enough with all the camera talk, but okay, so getting into the actual phone, assuming yeah, natural color calibration with Hasselblad. So yep, they probably just did the color calibration on this. Not the company I would have chosen. Oh god, in fact, you know what, honestly, if OnePlus wanted to pair with any company, any camera company, they really should have targeted Fuji, because the same people who fantasize about OnePlus seem to be Fuji fans. That would make so much of a better match, and I bet Fuji would be super on board with that, because they would be. Let's see, 48 megapixel main, 50 megapixel ultra wide, and a monochrome lens. Okay. Yeah, is what it is. Oops. Hasselblad camera for mobile, designed for every situation. The primary camera balances uncompromising performance with our most innovative features. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it does not... Next gen photography. The leading edge IMX 689 sensor. Bring your cherished memories to life. Enjoy advanced blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they had nothing to do with the sensor. Yeah. Nope, this is just I think Hasselblad just did the colors stuff. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure the sensor is just another Sony sensor. Do you think anyone would notice if they replaced the monochrome sensor with a sticker of a camera? I mean, someone would notice. Eventually. Might take a couple months, but someone would notice. Honestly, no, actually, maybe not. Here's the thing, it's a low-res sensor anyway. So, yeah, I mean, people aren't shooting with the monochrome sensor. The monochrome sensor, I think, generally speaking, is actually not intended to be used so much as a camera, so much as it's supposed to be used for, like, not depth sensing, but, yeah, well, you know what I mean. It's meant to be there to capture differences for images, for processing capabilities. They don't care that they don't care about anything else. They just need it as another sensor that can pick up a few things. Huawei's the only one doing custom sensors. So, not that it's surprising, but one thing I do kind of notice is none of these shots look like they were done with the ultra wide. This shot right here, after we just finished looking at all those big distortion problems, yeah, the poles here are not perfectly straight up and down, but that makes sense because of the perspective. They shouldn't look straight up and down because of perspective, but they're not warped the way that other stuff is. Yeah. It's either the main camera does not have that warping and it's just showing up in a lot of photos, or rather a lot of people are just happen to be using the wide angle lens, which is why we're noticing it in those shots but not others, or there's some sort of processing thing that's happening here. Or it's possible OnePlus is just editing these after the fact to fix the distortion. Any are possibilities, but yeah, I don't love that distortion. The signature OnePlus. Engineer for speed, okay, whatever. Always cool to use. Custom design multi-layered cooling system, thicker graphite layers and a larger vapor chamber. Heat is efficiently redirected away from key thermal components. Enjoy fast, smooth, and cool performance even when gaming. Play without compromise every time. Yeah, okay, it's hypeable, but whatever. Yeah, the 120 hertz screen, it's not like it's a new thing, but cheers, that's neat to have. Warp charge, cool. I mean, fast charging was really super important of a topic a couple years ago. These days, I feel like every phone has it, so it stopped being interesting. Let's see. High-end materials. Does anyone remember? Are these glass sandwiches, or is that metal? Or something else? Let's see. Enhanced color accuracy. Nothing else particularly exciting there. In fact, isn't this... I mean, I'm not saying it's the same screen, but isn't this basically the same specs they had in the OnePlus 8 Pro? Or just OnePlus 8? Yeah, they're hyping Oxygen OS, which, okay, whatever. Did they have anything different on the Pro? Well, obviously they have some differences, but co-developed with Hasselblad, the exclusive Hasselblad camera for mobile delivers multiple breakthroughs, including natural color calibration, including, doesn't mention much else, just including. The Ultra flagship camera blends the technological excellence of OnePlus and the legacy of Hasselblad. Does not sound like they're using hardware from Hasselblad. So yeah, I think you're right. This is just about the color calibration and or some sort of color effects. Wonder how much OnePlus paid Hasselblad to use the name. Created for the most demanding photographers, experience true-to-life color and incredibly natural skin tones for unparalleled color reproduction. Okay, this girl's got makeup on, and obviously some other coloring effects, so technically hard to judge skin tone. But then we get down to this one. In the spots where you can see skin, those skin tones are not right. Just saying. Okay, so they added the 8 megapixel telephoto. Okay, Austin says the 9 Pro is glass and metal, 9 is glass and plastic. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, 8 megapixel telephoto. It always feels wrong to me when telephotos have really low megapixel counts, because honestly, telephoto is my favorite lens. And, well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't even really care much about a so-called main camera if you put an ultra-wide and a telephoto in. The ultra-wide doesn't have to be stupidly, like, bordering on fisheye. It just needs to be a little bit wider. And the telephoto, it needs to be a little bit more zoomed in. If you do those, you don't need a main sensor, or so-called main, like the standard. Let's see. Hasselblad camera for mobile. Advanced primary camera integrates class-leading technology with their most innovative camera features designed for beginners to blah blah blah. Yeah. Yeah. Hasselblad had nothing to do with the hardware in here. Yeah, these skin tones are not right. I mean, these images are all logically edited. But yeah, skin tones aren't right. That was not shot on the phone. Let's see that again, actually. Yeah, that wasn't shot on the phone. Incredible views. Yeah, nothing different there. New bold design, warp speed charging. Of course, more Qualcomm stuff. Gaming. So smooth. Okay, that's just about their speed and performance. Okay. So, yeah, that's... I mean, my focus is obviously on cameras, but, yeah, that was kind of the once over on OnePlus. How much time did the announcement focus on the camera? Because I have a funny feeling that was a major talking point, because I didn't see anyone talking about anything else. Let's see, really quick, just cleaning up some tabs here. Okay. What was our where did our review land? Oof. Wow. The Pro got a 7.5 out of 10. Harsh stuff. Let me guess, it's all about price. The Pro has great individual features, and several of the criticisms feel like nitpicks, but still hesitate to recommend it to everyone outright, especially given the nearly $1,000 price tag. Even if you like the camera performance, which still has its subjective drawbacks and the company's usual muddy processing, OnePlus still has one very big problem right now. Updates, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Let's see, does this not link back to, do we have a review for the OnePlus? Or the non-Pro? Yay, we do. Real steel, even if it's plastic. Nice, nice headline, actually. I like that. Okay, I'm just curious what the score is. Okay, got an 8. Nails a lot of things, fast, has great screen, charges obscenely quickly, and it's a good value next to the 9 Pro. From the moment you pick up the OnePlus 9, it's full speed ahead with smooth animations and scarcely a hint of lag. I really enjoy using this phone, and I'm willing to overlook shortcomings like the middling primary camera and only kind of fast wireless charging. I love that I have basically stopped worrying about how much charge this phone has if I need to step out, an admittedly uncommon occurrence these days. I know I can plug in Warp Charger and have more than enough juice by the time I put on pants and found my keys. OnePlus has resisted smartphone industry trends and made this phone cheaper than its predecessor, with the OnePlus 9 at nearly $1,000 and $729. OnePlus 9 is more appealing than the last few non-Pro devices. The lack of a telephoto camera is a bummer, but the new ultra-wide sensor is impressive. It takes great macro shots and doesn't have any detectable edge distortion. Okay. I just wish OnePlus would take a closer look at the way its processing smudges fine details. It's the last thing that really keeps OP phones from competing with imaging leaders. Wait. It takes great macro shots and doesn't have any detectable edge distortion. Seems like he's talking about the ultra wide. I'll look at these camera samples in a second, but I feel like that's gonna be wrong. And he slaps the update situation too. Okay. Cameras. What did he shoot? Okay, this. What the I don't know how he oriented the camera or what he did, but something does not look right about this. You can tell there's bending in this image. There is a very clear warping happening in that window. It looks like it's getting wrapped around something. Okay. I see a little bit of stretching in the corner of this video. It's not bad, but it's not great. It's minimal enough, like no one's gonna care. But you can see it in, I don't know if you can actually see this. Yeah. At the very top right, the shape of the 8 is on the Android figurine is warped. It's minor, but it is there. Wait for black and white, who cares? Whoa. I feel like a warning is necessary for this image. but at the same time, it looks weirdly cool. I will give that is kind of a neat macro shot though. Nothing really stands out here. It's very colorful. I guess the one thing that I do have to question is how bright. Ooh. Yeah, this red is definitely oversaturated. It looks fake, like super fakey red, like this. The blue also looks over the top, but it's not clipping the blue channel anywhere that I see. Well, maybe a couple spots, but it's not breaking it. This red is actually clipping red. 100% there are spots where like, oh my god, actually this the strap going around the stomach, there's a spot that is just pure red. There's no detail left in it. Yeah, so it's blowing out the reds, or at least in this image. Yeah, this looks fine. No real obvious issues. You can't tell from the picture like this. Though, what is the fringing situation like? Oops. Actually does not look as bad as... Oh, no, never mind. It stands out a lot more on these. Oh, talk about the OP watch? Yeah, sure. Not that this is related, but I just got notifications on my phone that one of my friends and a YouTuber that I occasionally watch. I never watch him live, but both of them just started live streams. Obviously, Wednesday night is live streaming night. Yeah, we have been on pictures forever. The only reason I'm looking at him now, like I wasn't gonna look at it anymore, but he said that he didn't pick up any distortion on, I'm assuming, the wide angle, and I mean, I'm seeing it. It doesn't seem to be as bad as the Pro, but he's taking pictures where it's not going to show up as much, so yeah, it was just that I didn't feel like, I think he's not looking closely enough, or he's just not taking pictures where it reveals it. OnePlus Watch, did they announce it? Do you recall? Or I guess it'd be easy enough to look that up. OnePlus Watch. Okay, so they did announce it. We'll just pull up the Verge's coverage, but it doesn't run Wear OS. Shocked. 2-week battery life. Okay, so not all that different from Tizen, whatever. Let's see. It's taken years, but OnePlus finally gets into the smartwatch game. Alright, so 46 millimeter, 2 buttons on the side, one of which features the OnePlus logo. Okay. It'll be available in 2 colors, silver and black. They're showing the black. Do we have one of the silver? Oh, and a limited cobalt. The cobalt kind of looks good. I think I like that. Alright, we don't have a picture of the silver here. Okay, spec-wise, 1 gig of RAM. If this were running Wear OS, that would actually mean something. Without knowing anything else, doesn't mean anything to us. 4 gigs of internal storage only matters if you can install apps or music or something else. I don't know what's supported. And integrated speakers. That's good. It bugged me for so long that Android Wear didn't have speaker support for a good chunk of time. When they finally added it, I felt like that made a big difference. It's not that people use speakers that often, but in the rare instances that you need your watch to really be an alarm, or maybe even like serve other functions, we'll just say, speakers could be useful. Of course, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and GPS built in. Do we have any pictures of how thick this is? Because GPS watches have a tendency to be a little chunky. Nothing here. Display is 1.39 inch OLED at 326 ppi with sapphire glass. Okay, that's pretty standard for any watch these days. It'll also feature warp charge system. Promises the watch should last up to 2 weeks on a single charge, or up to 1 week for heavier users. I want to see how true that turns out being. Not gonna lie, I got big doubts. I got really big doubts. Assuming, wait, is this did they mention if it's an always on display of some kind? I don't see anything that says one way or the other. Okay, let's see. Fitness has 110 workout modes, built-in GPS, IP68 water and dust resistance. Okay, so it does have it. You can use the internal storage for music, which, all right. I mean, it's a pain to put music on, but that's not that bad. Allows users to store up to 500 songs to listen to over Bluetooth headphones when out on a run, even if they don't have their phone with them. Okay. Can automatically detect and track workouts, as well as monitor sleep, stress, blood oxygen saturation, and heart rate. All right, cool. All the standard stuff. I mean, not using Wear OS. Company had announced before the event it'll use RTOS style software setup, similar to companies like Fitbit, with a companion app that will allow it to connect to your phone to receive calls and notifications. They're also promising the same for Apple users or iOS users. So far, this, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure app support's gonna be fine. Honestly, it's not that hard to build apps to support these things, and they're not at the point where there's just a singular reference that they can just point to, but it's not that far from it. Let's see, that means things like app selection, custom watch faces will be largely limited to whatever OnePlus can build in-house. Ooh. So no third-party apps, at least for now. That said, to start, there will be dozens of watch face options to choose from, with additional customization choices to add more style options. So users will have some flexibility. Okay, here's a random thought, but kind of seriously. They should really look at the format that's used by some of the custom watch face apps and just copy one of them and support it. Just support that format and let people install their own custom watch faces that already were designed and exist. Because I don't think any of those formats are like proprietary, or I mean, they're proprietary-ish, but I don't know that they're copyrighted. So if OnePlus just coincidentally decided to support them, that would, it would get around their watch face issue. Let's see. Solana. The thing is, offline music storage for MP3s is kind of useless if you're a music service subscriber. 1000% agreed. That's the thing. Very few people are ripping or downloading DRM free music. I mean, yes, obviously there are plenty of people who can get DRM free music, but if you subscribe to, let's say, Play Music, it's not like you can just pull an MP3 or AAC or any particular format. It's not like you can just pull those out and use them. They are stuck inside the app. You don't get to export them. So getting this music onto the watch may not be that tough, but where you get the music from, that's a pain in the ass. It means maintaining your own private list of music, which, hey, some people do. A lot don't. OnePlus Watch can also be connected to a OnePlus TV where available, allowing it to be used as a remote. And if you happen to fall asleep when you're watching TV on OnePlus's set, the watch can automatically turn off the TV after it detects that you've fallen asleep. Okay, that's a combination of really cool and possible. Well, yeah, I'm just gonna go with cool. I mean, obviously you can turn off this feature, so it's cool. As long as you can turn it off, because you may not always want this feature. As long as you can turn it off, this is cool. So, cheers. Like, no nitpick there. I can think of scenarios where that's not the greatest thing, but that's up to people to decide. The company announced a limited edition mode out of a cobalt alloy. I can't speak all of a sudden, which it says is twice as hard as stainless steel. OnePlus says that the cobalt limited edition will be coming soon, but the company isn't providing a price yet. It'll start at $159 and is available April 14th from OnePlus's website. Do we have any other pictures of it? I guess we do. We're just gonna focus on this one. That doesn't look too chunky, and it doesn't appear to have a watch or an antenna built into the watch band, so the GPS doesn't seem to be causing a big problem with it. Were there reviews out for this yet? Oh yeah, the Vivo watch, that's right. OP changed the case. Okay, if they changed the case, which, yeah, you're right, they did. It's possible that it's smaller, thicker, somehow different, but we won't be able to tell. Amusing. I always love how people post stuff that is just blatantly lying about what the video is. Okay, these are lifestyle shots. Yeah, okay, so I mean, $159 price, it's good. Like, this is one of those times where it's hard to come up with much more of an opinion than that. It's a good price, and until there are review units out there that people are talking about, we'll have to wait and see, because with Wear OS you already know what you're getting. Maybe, assuming you've used Wear OS in the past. Even if you haven't, people have reviewed it and tried it. They've made comments on it. You already know. With this, we don't really know yet. I mean, unless someone's used maybe the Vivo watch, maybe you already have some context for how this will behave. But I don't think any of us do. I certainly haven't. Yeah, that is I think where I'm hung up on this, is the software experience determines so much about how good a watch is, and we're not going to see or know about that. OnePlus Watch, this is happening. Okay. Yeah, until we know what the software experience is like, we can't really know much else about this watch. Like, hearing it's got a 1 gig of RAM means nothing if you don't know how well that works with a particular piece of software. You're not going to know, for example, how many apps, if multiple apps can even run in the background. You're not going to know if stuff's getting killed too frequently. Maybe running apps really eats up battery life. We don't without some context, we just won't know these things. It's a good looking watch. I don't see any real problems with it. We're so far down into the ones that don't even relate. Let's see. Coming back. Oops. Now let's go to back to OnePlus.com. Any chance that wearables? Yes. I'm thinking they probably have features video. Yeah. I've got this muted on my side too, so is anything gonna stand out? Okay, so typical magnetic charging cradle. All the workout tracking. Okay, they hired some people for a little bit of showboating, including parkour mode. Like, really? Okay, so it'll detect swimming too. Posture recognition, that seems a little optimistic, but okay. Up to 14 days battery life, it's your lifestyle. Nobody uses those cameras anymore. Wait. What the? Oh, okay. They're showing off Hasselblad cameras that they're presumably using. And to keep it related to the watch, the cameras are pointed at people wearing the watch. I see. Gotta milk the crap out of the Hasselblad. Okay, so can't say I blame them. God, I'm growing to hate their site. Okay, so No Google Pay on this. Okay, here's the thing. How I like Google Pay on a watch, but I never use it. I still use my phone. I know a lot of people use their watch. The people who have it. But man, I guess the problem is less about that, and it's more that I just I don't go enough places where I can use Google Pay. That's the issue. Maybe once I do, that'll be different. You use it on your watch since you use the Pixel 4 and wearing a mask. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Mobile payments have to be a feature for a smartwatch. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't know. I feel split when it comes to smartwatches and mobile payments. I want to agree, and I think generally speaking I probably do, but I don't know. I think it's one of those things. It's a deal breaker, like you said, it's a deal breaker for you. I think there are enough people that don't care where it doesn't have to be that way. But yeah, to me it's a missed opportunity. I want it there because I think there are too many advantages to being able to do it, but I don't use it often enough that it can be a deal breaker for me. I think that's where I land on it. But it's one of those things. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Because I mean, I'll still use it. I just won't use it all the time or that often. Oh, I see. Now that I'm seeing this watch with a true side view, it has a nice fat ass on it. So they're hiding the chunk by using basically a riser section. It's a bit smaller radius, so it won't show up when you see the watch, but it still has a big chunky battery behind it and probably part of the GPS, so it'll still rise off the wrist a pretty good amount. It just won't be that bad, or rather it won't be bad, but it's not gonna be like super low profile or even sort of medium profile. Okay, so you can do calls on it, smartphone free music. We already talked about that, but yeah, so much agree it's not an option for many people. Let's see, by the way, just to get it out there, 15-minute warning. Breath of fresh air, daytime spot check, sleep monitoring. Yeah, all the standard stuff. It'll remind you to stand up and all the stuff we've seen before. And then down into the legalese. Okay. I mean, I'll say it again. $159 is a really good price. This is obviously a device that it makes a lot of sense for a lot of people. Whether or not it'll be good, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Like, this depends so much on how good it actually is. If it's a mediocre device, $159 is just clearly too much. If it's good but not like amazing, I still think $159 is a solid price. Who knows, maybe it's amazing and $159 is not enough. Maybe it should be higher. We can't know until we see what the software is like and maybe what that battery life is really like is it really 2 weeks? Is it more like technically if you don't wear it, it'll last 2 weeks? Because I mean, I've seen stuff marketed that way. If you don't use it at all, sure, it could last this impossibly long time, but realistically, no one would ever measure it that way. But it looks good. The 2 buttons. Don't show me. The 2 buttons are extremely low profile. I think I like that. I wonder what the buttons do then. That I think is going to be my biggest question, because I haven't seen any mention of what the buttons do. I'm assuming that they are just for firing up like favorite apps or something. But without knowing what they do, are they mapped to something? That I think is probably going to have to be the question, is are the buttons actually mapped to a like individual apps or functions? Do you have to press and hold one for some purpose? Are the yeah, just in general, do the buttons do something? Or who knows, maybe they're for task switching, or well, like in theory they could be there for like controlling volume. I'm sure that's not the case, because that would be really dumb, but you never know, maybe. Yeah, I'm curious about the buttons. I was just about to think about looking that up, but I will bet almost anything there's no mention. Wow. I've been doing pretty good all stream. I'm running on actually just 4 hours of sleep, and all of a sudden I've just got the yawn hit me. And before I forget, actually wait, do I need to do anything here? I don't think I do. Just checking something really quick on my phone. Okay, anyway, so here's my question. How many people want to get it? So you, without just pre-reviews, how many people actually want to get this watch? Because I think would almost have to be the real question. Cecil Donna, not you, and it's because no Google Pay. Is that the only reason, or is there something else contributing to this? Diablo, no, there's, as far as I know, there's no hands-on yet. I'm just saying, like, there's no review that I'm aware of. There's no like clear like what this is like. Just a simple, based on what's been seen so far, who would be ready to throw $159 at this watch just to start using it, and kind of assuming that the software is good enough, not necessarily great, you know, just good enough in general. Design and everything else seems nice. Smartwatches aren't for you, Austin. Prefer fitness trackers. Interesting. I gotta admit, I have no affinity towards fitness trackers, but yeah, you know, you need to be you need to be getting out and actually using them for a fitness tracker to do much good. Which Just based on the weather that we've had here lately, not a great option. Going outside just does not work when it's either dumping rain or it's this morning or even this at noon was stupid cold here. Weather was supposedly in the 50s and it felt like it was pushing maybe high 30s. Okay. Let's see. And that I can close. Okay. So that's all good. Let's see. C. Saldana, you asked my playtime on Phoenix Rising. Let's find out real quick. That one should be easy. It's pretty high, but to be fair, keep in mind, there's probably a good hour plus. Oh wait, oh, where was it? Here we go. It says 64 hours 27 minutes. That's full acknowledgement. That is high. It's higher than real playtime, because I do start up, like, every time I start a stream, I do start up the game and it sits on the title screen for like 10 minutes. So every time I streamed it, there's like an automatic 10 minutes of just nothing but the title screen. There's also, what else? There's also a couple of times that I've just kind of stopped playing to talk for a little bit. Plus, there are a few times that I've, I think 2 or 3 times, at least 2, maybe 3 times that I've gone in after hours and just done stuff like running around collecting, picking up the pomegranates, collecting the ambrosia, stuff like that. Things that no one wants to watch it on stream. It's not interesting. It's just idle, run from place to place, do basic chore, collect thing, and go back and turn it in. So, you know, a good portion of that is what it is. So yeah, that time is definitely inflated. Let's see. Diablo. Having this one will definitely keep the Pixel 4 XL unlocked or Google Pay, so it's a... Oh! I see. Yeah, this watch will not act as Smart Unlock or a Google Pay feature, so it's a no, most likely from you. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like Smart Lock hasn't worked very correctly in a good long while. So much so that I just automatically still use my fingerprint. But yeah, the Google Pay, I think, would be more of an effect on me than the unlocking. See, Saldana, it says online for completionists the game should take around 60 hours. You know, for completionists, I call bullshit on that. Because, okay, I don't deny that I've spent a little longer than I needed to on some stuff, but assuming completionist actually means like unlocking all of this stuff, complete the god side quests, fully upgrade everything at the forge, acquire all wings, all phoenix skins, tame all mounts. Yeah, I'm skeptical. Unless you're following guides that show you exactly how to solve some of those puzzles, I don't think that this is a 60-hour game. Because there's a lot of, but that, or maybe if you started knowing exactly how to fight it, because there is a bit of a learning curve. But yeah, I have a lot of doubt that that 60 hours would sound right. Let's see. Average of all play styles is 41. I mean, if you're that, I actually believe more. I think a completionist, I think 60 hours is way too optimistic. That doesn't sound at all realistic. But if you're going straight through, I totally believe you could probably finish the game in about 25 hours if you just do a storyline push. So yeah, I could see the average being, or not, yeah, I could see the average being lower, because I'm doing a little bit of kind of a hybrid completionist, non-completionist. But man, I don't buy for a second that a completionist is finishing this in 60 hours. That doesn't sound right at all. Diablo, still waiting on Cyberpunk to do a good update. They pushed it back twice, right? For what it's worth, I think it's pretty playable even as is. Whether or not you want to get into a story that is almost guaranteed to change, that's a different issue. Because the story, like there has been a lot of talk about making tweaks to the story and changing some of the requirements for missions, things like that. So I think that stuff's gonna get fixed. But yeah, it seems like they pushed it back enough. One thing I'm very curious about, when the DLC comes, are they gonna get Keanu Reeves back to record more stuff? Is Johnny just dead and gone? Is the DLC even going to address the end game, or is it supposed to happen more like mid game? There's a lot there that's not really clear, and I'm very curious about that. Did I see Stadia is doing free Premier Edition with Resident Evil Village? I actually knew they were gonna do that already. There was, I forget where I heard it, but there was some story a while back that when Resident Evil came out, they were probably gonna do that. So yeah, anyway, I did know about it. I saw that. I found out that they released Resident Evil Village because I saw that promo. Yeah. But at this point, I mean, if you wanted to get involved with Stadia, you probably would have found a way to get one of the kits by now. Like, you literally at one point could just, if you were a YouTube Prime Pro, whatever it is. Wow, why am I spacing on what that's called? Anyway, if you subscribe it to YouTube, at one point in history, you could literally just sign up to Stadia for free and get a controller. Premium. Okay. Yeah, all you had to do was sign up at the right time and ask for a Stadia kit, and they just sent you a free controller. So, you know, if you really wanted to, you already have one. And it's not like it's bad to get a second or third, but you don't need them. Mostly. Very, very few people need them. David Lama, Cody loves Cyberpunk. I won't go as far as loved. I thought it was fun. I actually did like the story. I think there's good stuff to it. I won't go as far as loved. I liked it. I'm hoping for more, though. I really am hoping that first DLC actually delivers a substantial new different story to it. Probably some stupid online multiplayer update. For what it's worth, I still don't know how you do multiplayer in this game. Unless Cyberpunk gets totally separate maps, or maybe you run around inside of some of the buildings to do shootouts or something. It just does not seem like it doesn't seem like the right environment for it. And I don't know how you do things like hacking other people. I don't know how you get that stuff. The other way to go is collaborative multiplayer, and I want that. I really think it would be such a fun game with collab modes. Diablo, let me rob that satellite casino. Hells yes. If their DLC does not involve doing that, I'm gonna be so disappointed. Austin gave up on Cyberpunk during the final mission. Have no desire to complete it. Yikes. Is that because you just stopped having fun, or you found out what the ending was and were like, screw that noise? Because I'd understand. Diablo, you now have 2. The altars are just sitting. Yeah, I've received 3 Stadia kits. One was the Founders Edition, and then I got 1 free with YouTube, and then 1 with Cyberpunk. Team Deathmatch, Night City. I feel like Deathmatch is the wrong way to go. Collab modes would be so much fun. Deathmatch would just be... It seems tedious. It just became repetitive. Okay, I get that. Though, to be fair, if you're anywhere near the end of the game, I would just finish it to finish it. Like, even just to clear the achievements for the sake of being able to kind of eliminate, and if they ever do release an update in the future, then you just say, okay, now to finish the rest of the achievements, I'll start at the beginning, do this other stuff, and then you don't have to bother with doing as many things in a second playthrough. Assuming that you see yourself ever being able to have a second playthrough. To be fair, it is the type of game I can understand where someone may never be able to do that. If they could allow you to create a team and each person has their own abilities instead of round robin, then collab to do some missions. Like a D&D feel. So here's the thing. The game already had a few instances, not many, but a few instances where other characters did get involved in combat and actually did stuff. It was few and far between, but the few instances of that, just imagine it being another person. I think that's very possible. The only catch to it is there are little things like speed changes and the way hacking works. Those are the things that would make it hard. And that's why you could never have a death match that's anything more than 2 people just pick up guns. Yeah, Judy barely helped. That is very, very, very true. And if you don't complete the mission, they follow around forever. Yeah. But the thing is, no one's going to be happy with the idea of just... No one's going to be happy if the way that you have to play is sort of like any game that was never intended for a deathmatch, or competitive play, they always, not all of them, but so many of them have timing changes or menus that you enter to be able to do stuff in the game, like during a fight. That is a completely unacceptable sort of thing for deathmatch multiplayer. You don't want to sit there while someone's dicking around in a menu. Like, you can't pause the game while one person fixes their stuff. Meanwhile, you also can't have a bunch of people just walking around with the same basic weapons, not much to do besides just shoot at each other. That's too boring. Why even have Cyberpunk? Why have that in Cyberpunk? If you could have it in 30 other games, every one of those is more fun and better for it. However, if you have a collaborative thing where one person maybe is a little more preoccupied with hacking and maybe has to do that in real time kind of stuff, one person or multiple people could maybe actually stand back and do hacks in advance of the fight and then rush in and do the gunfights. All of these things work more logically with collabs, but they would be terrible in just one-on-one or team on team. Or if everyone is Netrunner with only basic and can't kill each other. Yeah, that could work too. I mean, it's just so hard to do player versus player in a game like that, because all the best stuff is hidden behind timing and menus. You know, I know that this is obviously not at all the same thing, but it kind of is. Imagine playing Max Payne, which, okay, I know a lot of people probably don't even know what playing Max Payne was like, but Max Payne had that whole bullet time feature where you literally just held down a button and all time slows down just for you, so that you can dodge bullets or run through a room and shoot at people in full high speed while their response times are effectively slowed to, they're still normal, but normal being very, very slow. So you're always, that was the point of their bullet time feature, is it gave you a massive advantage. But that can't work in multiplayer. It just doesn't make sense. There's no way to have that sort of experience. Yeah, so anyway, it is what it is, but I don't feel like that's... I just don't feel like they have a future where they're going to put in multiplayer in that form. Or if they do, they're making a big mistake. They're wasting development time on a mode that no one's gonna like. They're not creative enough. They could hire someone who is. I mean, it's one of the top grossing... well, yeah, it's still one of the top grossing games of all time, not counting subscription games. So... I think they've got enough money to hire some smart people who have creativity. Assuming that they don't still have a few and they're willing to listen to them. What game do I have lined up after Phoenix? Okay, so I haven't fully decided on this, but I've got a couple of thoughts. So first off, I am toying with the idea of doing another playthrough of The Last of Us Part 2, because I did just the one. It is now locked behind Twitch's idiot filter, which I have recently found out, and I don't know how easy it is to track stuff down, but I have recently found out apparently they never delete any videos at all, and there's a public server that is accessible. So apparently I could actually go recover all of my old Twitch videos. I think. I'm not saying this is worth it, but apparently it's a thing that could be done. Oh, whoa, I just realized how much the, I need to stretch out that green screen so it actually covers more space. Yeah, anyway. What's the public server? I haven't looked into details, but somebody just someone who got at least in a little bit of trouble realized, and this exact same thing did happen to me. I deleted the video that I got a DMCA against, or the clip, not the original video, but I deleted the clip of it, and I still got a DMCA for it like 2 weeks or 3 weeks later, something like that. So come to find out, what had happened with him is he deleted stuff when they sent out warnings. It didn't even have anything to do with something that had happened live or DMCA that happened when it was live. It was that Twitch sent out the warning, so he went back, deleted some stuff, and then got hit with a DMCA like months later. And apparently it's because all these DMCA hunters, or the companies, whoever it is, apparently they were searching a public server that is basically just kind of unindexed, and they were finding videos that he had deleted, and they were issuing DMCAs against those. So that's how he figured it out. I don't know what the method is. I haven't looked into it yet, but I know it's been discussed out there in the public. People are highlighting that it's possible, so somehow I'm assuming I can do it. I just haven't looked into it yet. Let's see. David thinks that the RambleCast would make a good podcast. I mean, I'm sure it would. Like I said before, I just don't have time to edit it. But yeah, it could probably make a good podcast. I would need time to edit it, and a way to make some sort of start to make some sort of money off of releasing it as a podcast would be helpful. Speaking of, if you'd like to support the channel, there are links below for Patreon and Streamlabs. By all means, feel free to subscribe or send a donation. All things are welcome, never required. Let's see. But David, have you tried contacting Twitch again? Not recently. And yes, Diablo, many thanks, by the way, because yeah, you've been staying with it on the Patreon support. That's awesome. I actually just looked at that 2 days ago, something like that. So yeah, many thanks for that. That's awesome. Let's see, what was I have I tried contacting Twitch? Not recently. So I did, I tried contacting them originally through the forum, and I also sent an email to them through their DMCA line or email account where you're supposed to send disputes or whatever. One of these methods just got they just sent back like a generic response saying that they got the complaint or the dispute. and I just never got anything else. The other method, and I'm not sure which is which, that's completely unhelpful, but the other method, it took them, I think, I tweeted about this, I think it took them like 6 months or something. Maybe it was 4 months, I don't remember now, but it took many, many months, and they finally replied, not with anything useful. They literally just copy pasted their policy and didn't say anything else. So they obviously did not even read my email. And I replied to that one at the time saying, hey, there's no indicator that you even read the email. I was not banned for a reason. Somebody made a mistake. I got banned erroneously. Can you please respond with, any sort of sign that there's a human here? And I've never got a response. So, and I've pinged them on Twitter a few times. I tried a kind of back channel method to see if I could get in touch with somebody that as far as I can tell, that failed. Because I certainly haven't heard anything back. So yeah, as far as I can tell, Twitch is just fucking hopeless. Completely incompetent. Which, hey, there are similar stories about YouTube. It's not like both services don't have their problems. But yeah, I think Twitch probably not going to go anywhere. Should write a hit piece on AP. I mean, honestly, I would like to. Like, straight up, I have very much considered it, but at the same time, I know that it won't happen, and it's probably not worth the trouble to try to pitch it. So, yeah. And to be fair, if I did do that, pretty much guarantees I'll be banned forever. Not that I think it's going to matter, but yeah, like 90% chance that would just get me banned forever, because from everything I hear, Twitch's people are apparently really, really petty too. And I'm sure that's not everybody. It obviously won't be everybody, but I've heard a few of the managers there who do handle stuff actually have they have no concept of taking criticism. So yeah, if you really just slap them as hard as you can in public, there's pretty good odds that they're just like, cool, you're gone, we're not going to bother with you anyway. So yeah, but that's also how services eventually die. And given how many major names Twitch has banned over the last year, let's be honest, they won't last forever. You can't run things as poorly as they do and stick around. Do I think Ruddick would poo on a controversial post like that? I mean, he does love the clickbait, but I don't think he would want that, because it is a little outside of the wheelhouse, and it's also, he only, stick with me on this one, but the fact of the matter is he only likes certain people doing controversial posts, and he would not want, I don't think he wants me doing one. Let's see. Yeah, you can look at Facebook. What's that in response to? I'm not sure what I said. C. Saldana, I'm not gonna say who is, and there's more than one person writing the titles, but he is not the one writing the majority of them. David Ruddick is typically, like, he'll speak more on what might get written. Other people are usually more involved in once the decision has been made to write something, Then other people typically are more involved in the we'll call it fine tuning, if that's the phrase that you want to use for it. See, Saldana, I agree. Oh, well, okay, on both. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, see, Saldana, on your last comment, I agree. The titles have gotten, I don't even feel it's progressively worse. I feel like there were individual moments where they kind of tiptoed into bad, pulled back a little bit, and then leapt forward into worse. Then, you know, stayed there for a while, and then tiptoed forward a little bit again. Step back because people noticed, and then full scale ahead, full steam ahead, let's just power through what remains of the ethics and just do titles like we do today. Let's see. Austin. Okay, the comment was that you can run a company that badly for that long. Facebook, yeah. Okay. No, you're right. Facebook is a perfect example of running a company really, really badly. But to be fair, there is a bit of a difference. Facebook has made people feel uncomfortable, but Facebook doesn't like banning people. Facebook will do actually almost everything to make sure that even if they hate you, even if you are completely unacceptable to Facebook, they still want you to see other people. They'll just make sure your posts get no visibility, and they might even make your comments sort of auto-moderated. But man, they do not want to ban you. Whereas Twitch tells you, hey, you violated a completely irrelevant rule. We're not just going to stop you from streaming. We're actually just going to tell you you're not even supposed to watch other streamers. Like, these are such different paradigms for how to run the thing. Yeah, or yeah, sometimes they just don't tell you. Yeah, it's just a whole different level. Twitch is epically bad, where Facebook is dishonest, disreputable, disrespectful, and just diss. Facebook is diss. But yeah, Facebook, at least, it may be bad management, they may be doing bad things, but man, they still know how to keep people there. They still know how to make money on people. That's the difference. By the way, fun fact, I just glanced over at my email and noticed that I got an email from Twitch 1 hour ago. It's just garbage marketing. It has nothing to do with me, but man, they still haven't taken me off the mailing list despite banning the account. I know I can unsubscribe, and I probably should, but some part of me just, I can't. I don't know why. I can't. Something about it just amuses me that they keep sending email to banned accounts. It's a special kind of not thinking things through. Let's see. Yeah, so anyway. Let's see. Is there... What time is it? It is just after 7. So I'd say I've successfully kept the world from ending for another week. The warning period has elapsed. So I won't take on a new topic per se, but really quick, I am gonna say I obviously had every intention of doing some photo edits during the either the last couple of days or over the last weekend. I'm still working on culling images. I've kind of gotten sidetracked on that, so I didn't get through as many as I wanted to. But just for reference, I'm starting with how many images? 114 and let's see. I've got a total of 242 images to cull through. So that's kind of why I want to pare that down to, you know, like the 5 or 6 that I'm actually going to use, because I actually still have a few more I need to take. I need to pare it down to that before I do a stream where I edit those images. I don't think anybody wants to watch a stream where the first hour and a half, 2 hours is me skipping over one image after another and comparing like, which one's a little bit more in focus and which one do I like the positioning, and you know, do I have to throw out a couple of these because the lighting just isn't quite right? Yeah, no one wants to watch that. So I mean, I'm sure a few people would, but it wouldn't be interesting to watch more than like 10 minutes of that. Trust me. Diablo, yeah. Still waiting on Google TV Stadia. At this stage, it's hard to figure out what's going on because Chromecast Ultra, only place you can get it is the Stadia kits. That's it. You can't buy it separately. It's the only way to play Stadia on a TV. So you have to buy the Stadia kit. Not that you wouldn't anyway. I mean, that one's a given. But yeah, why? I don't get this. This is definitely something they need to fix. It is beyond time. Because not everyone wants to have both. You sent me a... Oh, hey. Cecil Donna, thank you. I did not... I still need to fix my notifications, because that... I had it fixed for a little bit, and then the profiles got screwed up. So, thank you, dude. Let's see. Email still hasn't come through, which is why I didn't notice it. I've had my eye at least halfway on my email for no particular reason. But... yeah, thank you. Let's see. At least I don't think I have the stream notifications working right now, right? Probably not. Unless you guys saw it. Let me know if you saw it, because if so, that'll save me from trying to figure this out later. But I think they are pointed at the other YouTube channel right now, and I need to fix them so that they're set up for this channel. At least I think that was the issue. Yeah, okay, so didn't see the overlay. Good. Oh, that's good to know, and I didn't hear it. I think I should have heard it if it played. So yeah, I keep meaning to fix it. That is one of the easiest things to forget, in part because the Streamlabs interface sucks. It's so not good. And so I'm never eager to poke around in there and fix it. Does Streamlabs or PayPal take a cut? Somebody does. I think Streamlabs does. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where the cut happens, but I know there is one. And I don't remember how much it is. I've only gotten, I think, 2 or 3. I think 3 tips through Streamlabs. Yeah, and PayPal might for the credit charge. Well, no. Okay, wait. I don't think PayPal does for the credit charge. because the credit charge, I believe, is happening on Streamlabs side. I could be wrong. Honestly, I just don't know. I'd have to look into that. But I think the credit card charge happens on Streamlabs side, and then they're just transferring it to YouTube or to PayPal. But I could be totally wrong. Maybe it's all just happening on PayPal, and maybe Streamlabs doesn't have a part in this. Also, because of the weird way it's set up, I'm not set up using the Streamlabs, like the new version of their PayPal integration. I'm using the old version of their integration because for whatever reason, when I signed up, I guess maybe something was done wrong. Or if you don't sign up a certain way, your account, I think, can never use the new method or something. I don't know. But I spent hours trying to get the new PayPal integration working. It refused over and over again. It just kept failing. So I eventually just set it up with the legacy version. Worked perfect first time. No one ever had a problem with it. So I have no idea. But there's supposedly some differences between the two. I don't know what they are, though. Well, the Streamlabs account is still technically connected to the band Twitch account, but it's also connected to the YouTube account. I'm just not, and it's technically, it's complicated. Anyway, must be like T-Mobile Switch doesn't work. Yeah. But like the chat that you guys are seeing on screen right now, that's through the same Streamlabs account. So it is connected to this channel. It is pointed to the correct channel for the chat, but I need to fix the overlays. And I'm not sure what I have to do to make sure that they're connected correctly. I really just need to go back through the whole thing, make sure it's all set up the way it's supposed to be, and that. All of that, everything I just said, that's what needs to happen. Facebook. Why must you be Facebook? They just sent me another friend suggestion. They sent me a friend suggestion for someone I'm guessing just got out of high school. Or probably not too long ago. Okay, Facebook. Good job looking at profiles and figuring out anything. No, for real. Let's okay, so I'm not going to show her name. Okay, but here's the person they just tried to suggest as a friend, who, as far as I can tell, okay, well, you're saying possibly a friend of a friend? No. I mean, wait, does it say where she lives? Oh, she went to the same high school as me. Okay, this isn't as bad. So I can say with so much confidence, there are a ton of friend suggestions that I've gotten that they have no connection to me. They live in other cities, like completely other distant cities. They have no mutual friends. There's no connection at all. And I shouldn't just say other cities. I mean other states, like from opposite end of the country, other states. No mutual friends. As far as I can tell, I don't have their phone numbers in my phone or anything like that. I get a lot of suggestions for completely random people. Let's see, was this one of them? No, that one's at least in Oregon. Looking for a totally impossibly random. Those are both still in Oregon. But I really do get a lot of bizarre recommendations. They just, I can't figure them out. And then my notifications are absolutely flooded right now with Android police notifications because, and I told a few people about this already, but because of a change in the way the accounts are set up, I now cannot turn off notifications, comment notifications for AP posts. So every time somebody comments on an AP post, I now get a notification about it. So I basically just stopped using Facebook because I'm done trying to fix this. Like I actually spent a couple hours on it and it just did not work. What the hell? Okay. I guess she does have mutual friends. Yeah, Facebook is on my shit list. I mean, it has been for a long time for many reasons, but now it's like 30 times worse because it just keeps getting worse. For a long time, I wasn't even paying attention to friend requests because I was getting hit just constantly by spam bots. And now, speaking of, oh, perfect example. Perfect. Got one. Okay. This is perfect because this is actually a combination of all of the problems in one. Okay. Gotta switch views. We're gonna scroll down ever so slightly. You can probably guess why. Okay. So, Anne-Marie, I have no clue who this person is. Lives in Chicago, Illinois. Went to Loyola University of Chicago. I don't know this girl. You can look at the profile picture and get a pretty good sense of what type of account this is. Yeah. No clue. And as you can see, under, well, yeah. No mutual friends listed. Nothing. The random list of friends that she has, as I kind of skim over this, it looks like they kind of come from various parts around the country. It's likely a bot account of some kind. I mean, beyond likely. I'm confident it is. And yeah, C. Saldana just said the same thing. Yeah. Here's the thing. Facebook recommended this account to me. This account did not reach out. It did not try to add me as a friend. Facebook recommended this to me. Why? Bot accounts don't even have to try anymore. Facebook is doing the spamming for them. This is not okay. This is bad. This is bad form. This is a sign that you built your system poorly. Fix it, Facebook. She saw RambleCast and had to friend me. I mean, yeah, if the bot account even tried. So yeah, I'm not. My patience with Facebook is dwindling substantially. So, is the pronunciation part correct? Oh, I guess it's Anna Anne Marie. Okay. Yeah, I said Anne Marie. I guess it's Anna Marie, but whatever. I suspect it is fake. Instagram comment sections on popular accounts are atrocious. Yes, they are. Yeah, it's really bad. Which, oh, actually, this reminds me. I just watched something. If you guys have the time, and your HBO Max subscribers, or have another way of seeing, content from HBO Max, cough cough, you know what I'm saying. If you want to see kind of a neat documentary, or I enjoyed it. Oops, damn it. Check out Fake Famous. It's not a genius documentary or anything. The characters in it are, you know, they're not super special or anything, but or rather, I would go so far as to say 2 of them aren't that great. But it is, the idea behind this documentary is they take 3 people and say, we're going to take you from basically almost no followers, like their follower accounts are in the like 4-digit territory, or maybe low 5 digits, something like that. And what they do is they set them up with a photographer, take a bunch of shots and stuff like that, and then they start buying them fake followers, bot accounts to comment, stuff like that, and they start like pushing their notoriety. And I won't I don't want to say too much because technically it could sort of spoil the ending, but you know, documentaries, are you that worried about having the ending of a documentary spoiled? But it's interesting to see what happens with one of them. I guess it's kind of interesting to see what happens with all 3, sort of, but in watching this, I honestly could not have cared less about one of them for sure, and the other one not super into either. But one of these 3 actually has a pretty interesting story and discovery out of this. But yeah, they talk very clearly about the bot situation, why it goes on, and everything like that, but also just how substantial bots have become in even popular accounts. The popular accounts themselves are paying to have bots comment on them. So yeah, it is a thing. Anyway, if you have the time, it's a documentary that isn't that heavy, which is kind of nice. It was like watching a YouTube video, except in theory you're supposed to have paid to watch it. HBO Max paid someone to make this, which makes it good. But yeah, if you have the time, worth it. And it was almost an hour and a half, just shy. But yeah, it was a good watch. Let's see what else. Yeah, anyway, so I've already gone 20 minutes past when I said, hey, I'm basically done now. Okay, so and obviously, like, check out the trailer for it, because you never know, maybe you'll just hate everything about it, but I liked it. But anyway, take it easy, guys. Thanks for hanging out, being part of the conversation, choosing the RambleCast for for your streaming pleasures. That sounds creepy. And again, very, very, very soon there will be a photo editing stream. I promise. I just have to actually get it ready and set up. But it is coming shortly. So thanks for hanging out, guys. Take it easy. I will catch you in the next one. Later. What am I saying? Good night, everybody. As I now need to find the outro screen. Now, good night, everybody.